Hello everyone. I was not keeping track of time. I am in the middle of a parent run, so we're just gonna be going through this until the CM starts. After CM, I will most likely, once we're done watching my CM, it'll be like an hour before the schedule drops. So I'm planning on just going over all of the items as soon as I'm done watching all of the CM. And then probably like halfway through, the schedule will actually drop. But there shouldn't be that many, like I shouldn't be off. I'm pretty sure it's going to end at this Nice Nature King Halo cheerleader banner. Because they would have to delay it by either a week. And I really doubt they're going to quicken the schedule and try to fit Ina's Fujin in April. So I shouldn't be... like, all the items will just be correct. Sometimes I prune the skills, sometimes I forget to. On the parent runs, I try to prune them just so I can get all the medium skills. Yeah, we might have to rebrand into a gold chip channel. I might run gold chip for the derby again. Maybe she can get her her second Tokyo Derby title with Mr. CB Wit. I don't know, maybe I just bring gold chip everywhere. Maybe I pull for summer gold chip. Hello, One Way. Yeah, I'll be I hope my Tama can win this. But it's not looking too good. I'm kind of annoyed that we lost yesterday because my gold chip decided to block my Tama in. But I'm currently making this opera because I need to hit an opera with mild GPs. So it's gonna be this Symboli and this Ogre in the GPs. This Ogre's not that great because it doesn't have Nimble Nav and only has Straightaway Spurt. But I need 2 Mile Sparks in the GPs for Agnes Tachyon. Because the Borrow I'm currently looking at has no Mile GPs. And I'd like to get Tachyon's Mile up to a B if possible. I have like a copeable Tachyon right now. It's unlucky. Like the only thing I don't like about the Tachyon is that it rolled 3-star speed. Now I'll show it after this. I don't know if I'm gonna finish this parent run before the start of the CM. But I'm probably gonna do some more ace attempts for the next CM, just so I have something for room matches. Just so we can see how room matches play out. I want to get room matches out early, just so it helps people like decide on what they want to build. I want to buy that guts, but... Special Week's a contender. I mean, I think medium tracks like generally are the easiest track to like bring anyone on. They're like the most, well, you know, outside of Ogre, but even Ogre's not gonna be that oppressive like in the actual CM. I don't have a whistle. It's kind of awkward. Ogre double dom. Yeah, you can do Ogre double dom. But generally, medium tracks are very fair to most Umas. Obviously, like, sprint milers are a lot harder to bring on a medium track. Long tracks are definitely the harshest. Like, you kind of need the kit to be able to run the long track. Same with sprint. Or at least I guess the first sprint, it was kind of like full RNG. I think this next sprint's gonna be a little bit rougher. This is a corner sprint. I think I've done so many parent runs. I'll be able to afford it. At least some excels work other than El Condor Pasa. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be very pace, like, heavy though. The next sprint. Like, since every pacer can use Budding Blossom and Shooting for Victory. Did I get any pace recoveries? No. I guess late surgers you can try to like let's pump some iron into Budding Blossom. I mean, it's not gonna be that like rough, I guess. You did a URA Haru run to complete the part 3 missions. Have I did mine? Yeah, I did it on during the Fuji Kiseki event. I did mine on the level 5. I don't know. I don't think you can do the classic year 1 until probably like La Arc. Might be the earliest. Is it cope to inherit Christmas Ogre's unique? Yeah, it's pretty cope. It's fairly weak. It's really weak, and like you really don't want to spend the SP on you don't really want to spend what is it gonna be, like 400 SP for it, because you have to still have the recoveries. It's 400. It's basically a 400 SP .1 acceleration skill, because you have to buy the other 3 heals. Like 400 SP .1 acceleration is too expensive. Are the CM Umas this time? Saw a lot of team trials. Yeah, I'd say like, I mean, you can see the list above me. S is not even like comparable, so like I saw 13 other players that had Umas that might make it to round 2. Well, 3 of them for sure are making it to round 2. But like 10 of them, like, they might make it to round 2. You done enough runs to get up for the trainer exam? I actually don't know how many points I have. I think I'll be able to afford most of the books. On the plus side, all the new story events will now have hint books. That's something I'll go over. That the ballroom event will be the first event that has hint books. It's not that many, but it does help with like the amount that we will need. Let me check on. Yeah, go over it again, but you'll get like 1 rare version, 2 of the small ones, 6 of the big textbooks, and then 10 of the small books. And these hint books will be on every single event afterwards. So it'll help, like, you know, cap out. I mean, it helps out a lot because it does just essentially double the amount of hint books that we get. Since right now our only source is those monthly shop refreshes. So it quite literally doubles our income. Actually, sometimes there's 2 events in 1 month because of our acceleration. So it's probably more than double. You saw the #1 Uma for the trainer aptitude test in your CM match? They put it in? That's funny. I can't imagine it's that strong. I don't think it would have enough recoveries, because it's gut maxed, right? Why is Light Hello such a good card? I think the easiest way to explain it, or like for Light Hello, is imagine if Rico, every time you trained with Rico, she gave you like Unity training on your Umas. Like, it just interacts, like all the PAL cards going forward, from Light Hello onwards, are going to interact with a scenario mechanic. Like, it's gonna be, and like all the scenarios will be built around assuming that you have said PAL card to interact with the scenario. Like, that's why like Light Hello is mandatory. Like, all scenarios will be built around assuming that you will have the card in your deck. That's just how they design the scenarios. Like, you just won't be able to play the scenario because you'll be locked out of like their intended gameplay design or scenario gameplay design. Your gold ship has a 35% win rate. Nice, nice. Yeah, I definitely think long track seems to be the hardest for global to play. Since losing GR borrow slot to a stamp card is really rough, especially if you don't have good cards to supplement it. Well, I think it's the longest track, like the most HP track that you need. And like it's our first CM of Mant. I don't think, seems like a lot of them also are having issues with understanding the new scenario. Yeah, I guess it's good for like people who like Oshi players, right? That Global doesn't know how to play the new scenario. Because it's a lot easier to stat stick this first round. Solo key to double debuffer, wow. Yeah. I don't think I don't think this game in general is that hard to understand. I think it's just mostly knowledge gaps. Like, some things are just, well, it's not that it's hard to understand, it's just a lot of mechanics are obscured. Yeah, hopefully the upcoming scenarios will be a little bit more interesting, or the upcoming CMs. Nice. That's medium corners. Alright. Putting on all this effort just to not hit the parent. Honestly, at this point, like, I'm taking any, like, as long as it hurts turf or medium, I'll be happy. It's a parent. I don't think I'd ever run Opera as an ace. All this for a gut. Honestly, I don't even mind if it's a gut spark. As long as it's not speed. I think a speed spark is the only one I cannot use. Where's that medium corners? Let's just prune some of these skills. It's not prepared to pass as well. What are my aces next CM? I'm gonna be boring. Every medium and long I generally play like pretty meta. So I'll be doing Christmas Ogre and Dober. I haven't decided what my third is though. But I don't really want to bring a Dominator. I think Dominators are fairly boring. I say that I'm bringing a stand debuffer this CM, but that was because Cross is giving me trouble. I don't think Dober or Ogre is going to give me that much trouble, so I should be able to bring a third ace. Dober with Redshift? I think Redshift is like way too cope. Like, I guess like yeah, if your late surger's in like 4th place and you don't hit your nimble nav, Redshift has some value, but like I just don't really think you're winning off of a Redshift proc. If like nothing went good and you ended up having to rely on Redshift as your excel, like I think your late surger already lost. But maybe Global's so weak that it does end up winning you. Yeah, I don't know. It was so easy to hit the gold chip. So I just don't know why Cross was so hard to hit. What am I doing here? I also don't really want to bring Maru into the affinity tree. I think for like the derby it makes sense. But I don't really want to bring Maru into the affinity tree. I mean, you only lose like 15 affinity. It's not that bad. Okay, there's Speed Star. Might be easier to get prepared to pass. Gold chip. I'll bring gold chip for the derby, I think. Since apparently I'm just a gold chip main now. But I don't know who to bring as the third. I want to say... maybe I run Special Week. I kind of want to run Special Week when her Evos come out. I mean, her Evos aren't that good. Maybe I don't care. Do I like Special Week? Not really. I actually no. I want to run Special Week when her ult gets fixed, or not fixed, but when her ult gets better. Because when at the next balance patch, her ult should get current speed. I want to run the Arima Keenan Special Week as well. Maybe I don't run Special Week. I just don't know who to put as my third. I want to give somebody a chance that's like not Boldy meta. The summer one? I think the summer one sucks. No, she'll get the Arima Keenan one will come out. When's the next story event? At the next story event in, I want to say June. It should be at the very end of like right before Grand Live releases. She'll get a second outfit. That's free. Do I run Mile B for these runs for the better chance? I used to. Or like for Tachyon I do Mile B. But my Sparks unfortunately forced me to get Mile A. But I would try to run Mile B. Because I don't think like the couple of affinity matters. Yeah, the Arima Keenan Commander one. I don't remember what it was called. But the kit is for Arima Keenan, which is why I call her the Arima Keenan alt. I'll definitely run that for the Grand Live Arima Keenan. I have to look at all my Umas again. Maybe I run like Symbole. I don't know why I bought the barbecue. I can't even eat the barbecue because everyone's filled. Yeah, this isn't really that funny. Why are 5 of my cards on guts? I don't have whistles. That's kind of annoying. Yeah. It's annoying because like on Paranoids you want to hit double S. So like when you get bad training, it still makes me like it's still annoying. I don't think this is gonna hit. Yeah, I don't think this run's gonna hit double S. I just had no whistles. Okay, I don't know if I can finish this parent run before the start. Maybe if I play through it a little bit faster. Maybe 21 Symbole. Too late one pace. I want to run End Closer, but I don't want to run Gold Chip. The stream snipers can wait. I should be able to finish this in 9 minutes. Hopefully this time I remember to record the schedule, so I'll actually upload a video for once. If I need to hit double S for a parent, whenever you hit double S, your chances, like the star level of your white sparks go up. Or like the average star level of your white sparks go up. So you want to hit double S just so you get like on average 2-star whites. It happens one more time when you hit UE, but it's not really possible to hit UE right now. But it's it happens once at double S and then happens one more time at UE. Got UF. I just don't think you can hit UE without like a stat cap increase. I actually don't remember what Grand Live brings the average to. I don't know if you can hit UE and Grand Live just off of like... Yeah, I don't remember what the average was in Grand Live. Did everyone see the Uma Musume? I'm trying to say the April Fools. I'll pull it up after this. So they had all the O's for their April Fools collab.
実力は完全に上位ですね。貫禄すら感じてしまいます。日本を代表する圧巻の走りを見せつけてほしい。
I think they had a video. Yeah. What was it? It was. Oops, that's not the right one. It was Opera, Teo, Calstone, Chionoyo, Bakshin. I'm blanking on the Sakura. Oh. Oh no. I'm a LARPer. Yeah, Chitose. I think it is Chitose. But to be fair, I don't think she's not in the game. Is she in a card? Does she have a card? I think she has an SR card. I don't like the new versions of Bachin and Northflight. They're cool. I like the ballroom aesthetic. I don't know. I think I have to get to watching or reading Star Blossom though.
体が動かない。お疲れ様です、トレーナーさん。本日は何を交換しますか？
I don't know too much about Northflight.
栄光への道は目の前。それなのに力が入らないなんて。
I'm not sure I can just drink all of this. Just realized I have 3 good luck
僕の
charms.
輝きをいくら覇王であろうともレースが続くのは良くないな。
ここは負けられない。
当然の結果さ。
If you want me to talk about like their viability in the game, I don't think either of them are that strong. The Bakshin seems usable in the newest Sprint League of Heroes. There should be a League of Heroes in May, I think, and I think Bakshin can be used there. But I do think the ballroom Bakshin was made for the new sprint. They'll probably print out one more Uma for the new League of Heroes. Do you need parfaits for League of Heroes? You can use like, I mean, yes, you want to use them, but the first one's gonna be in Grandmasters, and like you'll still have your daily shops, so like, you'll still be able to buy 3 a day. So I mean, like by the time you get to the first League of Heroes, like you only need like 20. You just have to buy a new one. You just have to buy it from the daily shop every time, but like you don't need to stock up on parfaits. They don't. I mean, sometimes yeah, they line up the Uma releases with the CMs they're good in, but they mainly line it up with the. Wow, this is a terrible training. They mainly line it up with the League of Heroes they're good in. League of Heroes is more like Uma intense. Like you need the meta Uma for the League of Heroes if you care about hitting like top 1,000, top 10,000. CMs, like yes, they will release a good Uma for it. We're gonna see it like honestly starting now. Like I think Ines Fujin is pretty decent at the Derby. King Halo is decent on the Tokyo Mile. No, her kit's technically for the Spring Sprint CM, or the Spring Sprint, but they like never do a CM on it anymore. But generally, they'll like Kopani Riki will be released for the Dirt CM. That she'll be good on. Austin Machan is going to be released right before the Sprint CM, which she'll be really strong for. So generally, like, going forward now, we'll probably be seeing... I whistled into 0 people in speed. That's amazing. on YouTube an hour ago, and why I'm not showing my CM. Yeah. Time changes have been messing with me. Alright, looks like we're gonna be dodging the first minute of CM, because I didn't finish these parents. I didn't finish this parent run fast enough. Yeah, Aston Machan, I know, was released right before. I'm trying to think who else. I think Dober Camping was one of the ones that was released right before ACM that she's good on. Okay, let's see if I'm going to be disappointed with this parent. Oh, I didn't even get Professor of Curvature. Wait. I didn't get Nimble Nav. I can't even use this as a parent. I was just... Oh my... I just wasted an hour. Pigeon didn't even give me Nimble Nav. Oh, we did hit double S. That's a surprise. Alright, whatever. It was glue anyways. Even if I hit Nimble Nav, like, those sparks are terrible. But you saw there that, like, usually when you hit the double S, like, on average, you'll get, like, decent white sparks. It's a lot rarer to see a 1-star if you have the double S ranking. In terms of white sparks, it doesn't. I don't think it doesn't affect your blue, green, pink. It only affects your white, the ranking. This is the one I'm currently coping on. Like, I'll probably try to make some aces with this, but it does not look pretty. I don't know why I borrowed it over. I had a better borrow. I just accidentally clicked on the Dover. I meant to borrow this Brian. But I think I had the Dover, like, loaded from something else. I guess I can use this one, even though this one missed Nimble Nav. I don't know. I needed a better one. Alright, let me stop dodging. Let's see, Does Ogre need Groundworks? No. She shouldn't need Groundworks. You might want Uma Stan, but she probably won't need Groundworks. I think it's too much SP to try to bring in Groundworks. From yesterday, we had a 90% win rate. We got sniped yesterday on stream by Callum, who has a really strong Ketapult. I think Ketapult is probably the only thing I will consistently lose to. Ketapult's really hard for my team to beat. I mean, Cross can beat it, but without Uma Stand, it's a lot harder to beat a Ketapult with Cross. And then I don't think my gold chip is ever strong enough to beat to win in a Suzu lobby. Debuffer is kind of useless. I just needed something in the pace position to hit Nimble Nav off of, but it would be better if this was Ogre, because it would cover a bit more. Like, these ones that I'm losing, maybe an Ogre Gambler could have won in. I just didn't have time to do an Ogre, because I would have to do another set of parents, and hit the Ogre. I was planning on doing a Pace Ogre with Radiant Scar Gambling, just didn't have the parents set up for it. Alright, 3, 2, 2, 2. Our front runners are a Keedison Bourbon. Let's see. Long S is pretty good. Somewhat decent deck. I mean, they just have the 2 staples. Long A, Keedison here. And their last one is a Narita Taishin Long A. Kind of put them in the S tier still. I mean, their bourbon isn't bad. But I think the other 2 just aren't that strong. I mean... they live? this one probably doesn't live. That's my minimum threshold for parents in terms of what I'm acceptable and where I'm willing to stop. 2-star blue, 2-star pink, and like 2 specific whites that I'm chasing. Or at least one specific, like the main one I'm chasing is Nimble Nav. Like obviously I would like Umastan, but if I hit a like 2-star power, 2-star medium with Nimble Nav, I'd probably stop there. Would I settle with turf? Only on a grandparent. You would never want to settle on turf on your main parent. But you can settle on it for your main parent because you, or your grandparents, because you have so much affinity that you can kind of greed for the double S proc. But I think I would still want both my main parents to have the like distance spark. Uh-oh. I don't know if my cross is going to be able to ult off the back of my gold chip. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Ah, we don't get any carry over here. Because unfortunately the person in front of my cross was a gold chip. Should still be fine. I mean, it's a long A key distance that I have to catch. Like, they're just not strong enough. But no carryover. Like, this has been like a pretty common issue, is that it's always my gold chip in front of my cross, so I can't get the speed carryover version of White Lightning. As soon as like the late race starts and like I can hit spurt, then I can spurt off, or I can White Lightning off the back of the Nice Nature. Does the next CM have a high chance on Nimble Nav? You feel like the back line swings out a lot before the start of the late race? It should have a decent chance of proccing Nimble Nav. You shouldn't swing out until you only swing out at this corner here. It's a little bit less likely than like our current CM. On a straight, it's a lot easier to hit Nimble Nav because you're still on a corner here. So technically, there is like a little bit of like it's hard to enter overtake mode because we're on a corner, but you don't technically fully swing out until the final corner here. I say like the farther back you are, the harder it is to trigger Nimble Nav on a corner. Like if you're a pace chaser, or like a really front of the pack late surger, it's a little bit easier to trigger Nimble Nav during this late race to final corner. Will I run No Stopping Me for Pace Ogre? Probably not. I think I'm gonna go for Killer Tunes. Yeah, your ideal whites will be Nimble Nav and Umastan. And then obviously, like medium, like a tier below Umastan and Nimble Nav will probably be Nimble, or the medium corners and straights and the late surger corners and straights. But you'd use the same parents. There's no white that, like, unless you're talking about greens, there's not going to be, like, a white that would work on one medium, but wouldn't work on the other two. Like, maybe just don't bring a parent. Or, like, maybe if, like, you have to choose between, like, a green skill or a white skill, choose the white skill instead. Yikes. I don't know why you would make Christmas Ogre a late surger on the next track. I think Christmas Ogre's biggest boon for the Satsuki show is that she can have 777s and U equals MA2. Late surger Christmas Ogre just doesn't really do much. I mean, outside of like maybe being a little bit stronger if you accidentally end up in a like UG Seiyun Sky and you're not building front runners. Like maybe a late Ogre, you can win in a room like that. But Pace Ogre should win most of the time. Yeah, as long you are forced to swing out at the final corner. So any track where the final corner is placed after the start of the late race, is generally a track where Nimble Nav is more consistent on. I mean, this is just a really weak lobby. Like, my gold chip is in... Wait, I'm about to get Rushing Gale Radiant. I just got Rushing Gale Radiant by that die with Scarlet. If that die with Scarlet was actually built, and I lost to a Radiant Star Rushing Gale, that would have annoyed me. Cross loses the stool. Am I gonna go for Recovery Ogre? Yes, I think everyone should go for Recovery Ogre. Like, you lose out... Like, okay. If a Christmas Ogre triggers Festival off of U equals MA2 at the earliest point versus a Christmas Ogre who triggers it off of 777s, you are a tenth of a length behind in terms of, like, effective use. Like, sure, 777s is, you know, stronger by a tenth of a length, but putting on U equals MA2 increases your chance of hitting that festival by, like, 10%. I just don't know why, like, you want to min-max the strength of Ogre on this track for, like, an extra 10%. Or, sorry, like, you're reducing your chances of proccing your unique by 10% just so you're a tenth of a length better at proccing Festival. Like, it's not going to change anything. You don't want Hydrate. You want Corner Recovery and Stamina to spare. The ideal one is... You don't want any... You want your other two to be guaranteed skills. So Stam to spare is technically the better one. But you can go Hydrate, like, it doesn't really matter. But you want two skills that activate instantly. Hydrate is guaranteed. Well, I'm just saying, like, you don't want a skill that could proc after 777s. You want to proc on 777s or on U equals MA2. But, like, you don't lose out on too much to grab Hydrate. So you can grab Hydrate. Like, it's not the end of the world that you need to... That you, like, Hydrate in preferred position. It's just, like, if you activate after 777s, like, at 1300, you technically get less value. Because you want... Whenever a festival goes off, you always want it to be, you know, halfway. Does Ogre come with Stand to Spare? She comes with Hydrate. I think you just have to get one more. And usually, like, you know, with, like, the 37, 39 races you do, one of the rivals should give you another recovery. But CM12 is good for U equals MA7 is because 777s activates... Or, like, U equals MA2 activates on the start of the third corner, which is at the 1200 mark. 777s activates 23 meters later. Yeah, soft step can also work. Corner recovery is ideal, and corner recovery soft step is technically the most ideal because there's no positional requirements. Stam to spare and preferred position, technically you could be in a lobby with 5 front runners and you can get them disabled. So, like, the ideal ones are corner recovery and soft step, but you can do corner recovery Hydrate. Like, I think it's gonna be pretty unlikely that you enter a room with 5 fronts, but if you're worried about that, then technically you want to go corner recovery Hydrate. I don't really think there's a point in looking at the S rank Umas at this point. I think they tried to build for it. I mean, kind of. Okay. We have a triple front team. I mean, this one has long S. Pretty strong deck, too. I mean, they have a really strong deck with some really subpar Umas. Was Anime Ogre as silly as Christmas Ogre? Anime Ogre was, yeah, she's built for the Arima Keenan.
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
She's built for the Arima Keenan. And she was good on the Arima Keenan. Like, she was S tier for the Arima Keenan. She wasn't as good. She was also built for Miles. Like, her kit also works on Miles, but V Taiki came out and, like, kind of took her niche. She was like half a tier below V Taiki. But Anime Ogre wasn't that bad. It's just like there hasn't been Miles and Longs, because right now it's medium into a dirt medium, so you just won't see people run Anime Ogre on the current JP server. Like the past 2 months has just been prepping for medium tracks. Now this Saiyan Sky has quite the lead. Unfortunately, it is a Saiyan Sky. It just has no unique. But I'm surprised it had that much of a lead. I don't know. The whale just didn't build properly. Well, it's not that they didn't build properly. It's just they aren't playing the correct Umas. I'm sure their win rate's somewhat decent, given like the rest of the Umas I've seen. What is this? 5-star Seiyun? Oh, that's long A too. This is really weak. I think they just don't understand it. I mean, they're borrowing a B+ Top Gun. I think it's just a whale that doesn't play the game. 4-star Bourbon. 4-star Kitasun. I don't know. Oh, actually they play a lot. 1,600 careers? Maybe they just don't like demand. 1,600 careers is quite a lot. Or does it have cheer? It has cheer. It's a bot account. I mean, it doesn't look like they're like... Yeah, I just think, kind of, they play a lot. I just think they don't understand the scenario. Pretty strong deck, though. Borrowing Cross is crazy. I guess it comes with... Is this the one with wet conditions? Is that why they borrowed it? I have no clue. Oh wait, I want to see their win rate. 1. Okay. Maybe 50% isn't that good. Bourbon has a wet conditions event. Yeah, it looks like they've just been probably just getting run down by Unslop. Alright, you can tell I never build fronts. I only play Etsmaro. Is that a Valentine's Aishin Flash? Can't even say this is a Team Trials Uma. 16 races made 3 days ago. I hope they're just having fun. Wow, 2-star Pasa. 30 careers. They just started. And they have Bourbon. And they pulled Bright. I guess it's a good thing at least that Uma's getting new players. I think it's hard to like. I mean, it's a new scenario, and like to learn it, you have to spend an hour in a run. I mean, I guess I get it. But wow, third place. Oh, I lost. Okay, I was gonna say I lost White Lightning because my gold chip passed me in third place. Okay. Like, definitely the most jobbiest CM. I feel like I say that for every CM. Pisces Cup starts on the 23rd. No, 23rd is day 1. At least that's what I'm pretty sure that's what the announcement said. Nishina's Flower's ult will not work for the next CM, yeah. Red Shift is already delayed by like 150 meters. Nishina's Flower's ult would be delayed by like 200. Because it works halfway through the final corner. Let me pull up the announcement. But selection's on the 20th. So technically the Ares Cup starts on the 20th, and round 1 starts on the 23rd. So round 1, just like how round 1 was on the 30th of this month, will be on the 23rd. Yeah, Nishino's Flowers ult only works on sprints and miles. It'll be very rare for it to work on a medium. I don't think there's a 2,000 meter that it would work on. S pluses. Honestly, their deck isn't that bad. I mean, they're playing Diamond. I think that's the issue. They're also playing Rice Shower, which I also think is an issue. With deck strength and Tachyon. But the deck isn't that bad. They're just not playing the... Wow, your deck is very good. And you did 12... Oh, okay, never mind. This is December 13th. Okay, these are just Unity Cup Umas. They're just here to collect their... They're just here to collect some pity points, or... I have no idea. You... Next CM is firm. Is it Narita Top Road? You can. It's pretty expensive, but I mean, it's 60 speed. It's a very expensive 60 speed. But generally, like, you probably won't have something better to buy. Like, I'd probably buy 60 speed over Home Stretch Haste. That's not like the worst skill you could buy. Yeah, those are pretty good Unity Umas. It was really good for the last long, their Umas. Well, not really good, but they were usable for the last long. It's just... Most end closures now have like the extra 500 wit. And like the extra SP. Ooh, I lost too many... Or, yeah, too many people behind me, so I lost White Lightning. You queued into a lobby with only your cross as the uncloser? Are you still trying to snipe me, Callum? That's kind of rude. That's not fair. My team cup doesn't beat Kita Fault. Firm conditions isn't that strong. It's 60 speed, but it's like it's 160 SP on average for the 60 speed, 60 power. Or on top of, well, it's like 220, assuming you get like the +3 hint from Narita Top Red. It's 220, 60 speed, 60 power. I mean, it's good. It's like half of a distance spark. I think, yeah, Gold Chip has one win over my cross. Hopefully this will even out.
出走登録する馬娘を3人選んでください。やってろや。
I mean, yeah. I don't want to say like the 60 speed is useless. 60 speed is still about a length. It's like 0.7 lengths. S pluses. We have one double S.
7番タマモクロス。
ライバルたちは強力ですが、構想を期待したいですね。
Okay, at least they understood how to play. I mean, it's not that poorly built for the cards they have. And they played the scenario correctly. That's better than a lot of the other... Okay, they didn't do it on the gold chip. But on their Ogre, they figured out how to play the scenario. So I'll give them props for that. You lost 4 matches, really? That's just unlucky matchmaking. Were you in like actual lobbies? Yep. You lost 4 yesterday too. I've only met like three matches in the past 25 that I could say actually had Umas that could win. I lost to 2 of them. Gold Chip looks like she might win this one. Cross is getting bullied out. There's a giant pack that I have to overtake here. Yeah, Cross is getting bullied. Out of positioning. Not the worst White Lightning. I don't think I can do my Gold Chip here. Oh wow, I got 3rd? What did I lose to? Gold Chip? End Closer Pasa. I actually didn't look at this Pasa. It's not that bad. Missing Nimble Nav. But long S, 100 speed. Like honestly, this Pasa is not that bad. I just didn't look at it because it was S+, but it kind of just has everything to win. .34.6% win rate. I mean, it's not bad. Like they built a Pasa, which is, you know, respectable. 38 plus 34. Okay, I gotta go back, because I put them in team trials. Without, like, looking at their Umas. But, I mean, their Pasa is built correctly. It's just, like, they didn't have the cards, I guess. If they had one SR speed, which is really hard to do. 'Cause I assume they're following me. I think it's really hard to do. I'm assuming they're free to play. But this is pretty... Like, they're running a pretty good Uma. We're not a pretty good Uma, sorry. They're not running a good Uma, but they have a good skill list for an end closer. Oh, you're here! I wasn't even... Sorry, I didn't realize you were in the stream. Yeah, my bad. I put you in the team shots. I didn't look at your Umas, but... It was actually like pretty well built. Like I'm just assuming you were free to play. Like I think it's really hard to have more than 3 SSRs. Like you could have had the 3 SSRs, I think, if you pulled on a speed one instead of the Super Creek. But I think like overall your comp is good. It's just, I'm a whale. I have a full SSR deck. Like I think it's really hard to beat. Especially when I'm running B meta Umas. Like that's a little hard to beat. This is a decent bourbon. No, actually no. I take that back. It has no. Shoot, it has no victory cheer. So, and your nimbleness the excel. Okay, never mind. I take back what I said about it being a decent bourbon. It has no victory cheer. Yeah, I mean, you have a pretty good win rate. 80% off of your 2 ends. Yeah, it's definitely like, I think without the cards it's a little hard to push into SS, but your Uma has like everything it needs to win. It's just obviously if you face against a whale or a sweat, it's a lot harder because you don't have a unique. I guess your unique is like a win more rather than a 2-win unique. You finally got your first 5-0 on your 8th ticket. That is unfortunate. Ooh, perfect White Lightning here. I don't even know who I ulted off the back of. Was it my Nice Nature? Did my Nice Nature actually do something for once? I think I triggered White Lightning off the back of my Nice Nature. No victory cheer. I don't even think they win even with victory cheer. I had the perfect White Lightning. I still lost my gold chip. What? Huh? Gold chip just drop kicked and crashed my game. Oh man. I have to rewatch this. Oh, it's because I was on bad mood and gold chip is not great. That's why gold chip won. Gold chip just has 6% better. 6% better path. Yeah, I was like, how did she close this 2-length gap? Cross just has 6% less speed. Ah, man. Random moods. Wow, this feels terrible. Gold chip is... That was a terrible loading screen. Our number 3 favorite is this bourbon. Wait, pull them and read the top red banner. Unfortunate deck. Wheel 4X for this race. I feel like a bully now. I don't think we've faced against another SS that was like actually built. Tailkeeper had a decent one, but I did just stat check them. Okay, huge. The Brian in third blocked my gold chip. So my cross can win. Hey, don't cite me, Calcum. I don't think I could beat Akita-san. Or sorry, like a Kita-Pult. I don't think I could beat a Kita-Pult. Maybe if you got bad mood and my cross got great mood, I could beat out a Kita-Pult. Okay. Oh, wait, never mind. I thought this was somebody else's gold chip. No long S. And Pasa. This seems like a medium Uma. Moving past and beyond cross. Right. They bought an Arden. That's cool. Do I put him in S? I'll put him in S tier. I'll put him in double S. Yeah, it's gonna be 2.5 hours, I believe. So I'm gonna do the schedule. I'm just gonna go over the schedule beforehand, before the schedule releases. And then at the end of everything, we'll look at the schedule and see if I was correct. But I haven't been that far off with my predictions, so it should be fine if I do it before the schedule drops. Yeah, Kita-Pult definitely loses against like a really good Bourbon. It's just like, it's pretty unlikely that you face up against a good Bourbon. So I think Kita-Pult has been pretty strong. Maybe in the finals, like, you would rather run Bourbon Pult or Bourbon Kita. But I just lose to Kita-Pult because I don't have it. I'm not running a front runner. Oh, this is a giant pack that I have to get through. It does appear that my gold ship will be doing it. This is a giant Pace Chaser pack. Oh, maybe not. Oh, my gold ship is not moving. Yeah, Kita-Pult definitely beats out people who just don't run fronts. A Bourbon that... assuming a Bourbon bot Escape Artist... usually a Bourbon should be able to beat your Kita-san out of positioning. I don't know what happened to my gold chip. She just like did not move up. This cross just doesn't have long S. If it had long S, I think I'd lose to it. It had a really good White Lightning. Just didn't end up getting long S. So I just outspeeded them. A little scary though. Cross was stuck 8th place, and there was a giant Pace Chaser pack that I had to get through. There was 6 pace 3 end, and I did not get blocked out by 6 dying Pace Chasers. Have I seen the Kita combo? Yeah, one of my losses is to Calcum, who's in chat right now. I lost to their Kita-Pult because I'm not running a front. But there's been a lot more Bourbon Kitas, which is better if there was stronger fronts, but worse against stronger ends. Okay, their Umas are just a little stupid, but I think they have everything. They have Spurt here, no Nimble Nav. They have Spurt, no Nimble Nav. Late Ogre. A small breather radiant star. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't really been seeing good Umas. Triple late star by me. 7 end closers though. Haste promoted. Siphon stam. Nice nature. Well, at least we'll be able to see Nice Nature ult here. Okay, a Taishin in second is a little scary. Get smited by pace down. This Taishin needs to get smited by a pace down. Yikes. Second place Taishin's a little worrying. Third place Cross is really good though. Okay. My Umas are winning the mid game. Okay, I don't think I'm worried about this Taishin anymore. Look at that nimble nap proc, and look at Nice Nature ult. No, my pace chaser is promoting because I'd rather not give a late surger a promote. That was a really good nimble nap proc. Be a pretty big length lead. 6. Let me look at the... Well, let me look at the Taishin to see if I should have worried about it. Long A. Okay, it wasn't that scary. I think I could have outsped it. Unfortunate. I see the mile less here. They have 2 long sparks, it looks like. And they borrowed a 9 medium. She with Shadow. She was on like... Actually, no, she had a decent bit of wit. Okay, we're even now. We're even in win rates. The next 2 tickets, Cross just needs to win more than Gold Ship. And we'll be fine. In these next 2 tickets, Cross just needs to win more than Gold Ship. And maybe I don't have to rebrand as a Gold Ship channel. Two crosses here? Or 2 other crosses. Alright, we're about to see another Nice Nature pace promote. Another N-Pasa. With long A though. Now this one's a pretty strong deck. This 2 speed Rico fine though. Wait, is this the one I just looked at? Oh no. Okay. I mean, they just didn't grind out Along Us on any other Umas. Well, they did their cross before their other Umas. But, oops. I'll put one of them in S. I'll put one of them in S. A lot of top road havers. Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, Mant's really long, so like, if you like the scenario, I don't think it's bad to pull for a card in the scenario. Like, I have, like, obviously Fuku dies pretty soon, or, like, Fuku dies basically after this scenario in terms of ace decks. You still want to use it in parent decks, but I don't know. Mant's just so long that you kind of get more value pulling a card for this scenario. You got 3 on free pulls, she went for it. I mean, yeah. I mean, you get a level 45, like, oh no, you might have to spend a crystal on it. Second place Tama out of pace promote. I think I just won wit downhill writ checks. Okay, can I get a nimble nav? Can I get a nimble nav off the back of the Knight's Nature? Huge! Oh wow, Goldchip's getting gapped this lobby. 5th place. Wow, my Goldchip's not even gonna top 3. I mean, yeah, if you get 4, like, you're guaranteed max limit break on that pity. Yeah, 2 in a row. 2 in a row with the nice nature pull. Did I miss 2 recoveries? I would have to miss 2 recover. Actually, yeah. I don't know. She just got gapped by 3 people. Okay, yeah. This seems like way too much of a length lead. 14 lengths from long A. Yeah, I might have just stammed out. Double recoveries, almost 1k wit, stamming out. I mean, I guess it's bound to happen one race. Is our horse named Nimble Navigator? I have no idea.
注目の2番人気1番
Oh?
クロス
1番人気こそ譲りましたが、そして
Go home and or whites and Radiant Star. Oh, you really don't want to die. Another Seiyun. They own Kitasen. Are they running Kitasen? Okay, okay. Cool down Kitasen. I think this lives off its just swinging. Why did they buy cooldown? There's a lot of fronts. I guess 3 fronts? That's not a lot. I'm just saying things to say things. We'll put 1 in Team Trials and 1 in S. I don't really like this. Actually, we'll put them in double S if they beat me. I don't really like their Umas. Seiyun, Kita, Gold Chip. Yeah, I think my Gold Chip technically has like a 1% chance of dying, right? Because I'd have to miss both my recoveries, and it's a 10% chance. I'd have to hit a 10% twice in a row, essentially. So I think the only way for my Gold Chip to die is like a 1% chance to miss both recoveries on 988 wit. Oh shoot. Tama's in 7th, but my Gold Chip is in 6th. Tama's so far back in 7th. I guess we'll have to try to hit off of this nice nature for White Lightning. Ooh, missed straightaway spurt too. I should beat out this gold ship with my own gold ship. I don't know if my cross will beat it though. Okay. Yeah. So unfortunately for Tama, the 2 people in front of her were both gold ships, so I couldn't hit White Lightning, but because the 2 gold ships passed my Nice Nature, I could hit White Lightning off the back of Nice Nature. Okay. Which is why, like, I think it's just better for me to have this Nice Nature in the base position, even though I lose out on basically any chance of hitting anybody with Stam Siphon and All-Seeing Eyes. Like, I'm just using her for cross I guess Vampire Rice would be better because she has Tantalizing Tricks. And running that as the front debuffer is probably better. I mean, this gold chip's not that bad. What's the win rate on it? 7.7%. Never mind. They hate this gold chip. Maybe it's just getting second place to their fronts. Not really. I feel like this gold chip wasn't that bad. I guess it dies if it doesn't hit Go Home and like 2 whites. Or like Go Home Radiant Star. 7.7% run rate seems really low. Have the fronts been weaker than expected? I've seen one actually built front. In the 20... Oh no, we're at like 33 races now, and I've seen one front that I was like, yeah, I should lose to this. Triple end here. We have a Taishin, pretty decently built. Double recoveries. It's a little iffy. Longest cross with Spurt, Nimble, Nav. Not bad. I mean, it's stronger than my cross actually. This is the extra power. Just didn't go for Daring Strike. And a UG1 gold chip. Like, I think their gold chips is actually better than mine. Well, they don't have Nimble Nap, but they do have Spurt. Oh, they have Ignite Speed power. Okay, here's an actual first Uma of the day. This gold chip. I don't think these really are Umas. Yeah, I don't think these guys are gonna win. So we'll put that. Okay. Is the UG gold chip? It's just missing Nimble Nav. But it's not bad. It has Spurt. It has some mid-race. Like, the only thing it's missing is Nimble Nav. I mean, that gold chip is running. Our gold chip's in 5th, it looks like. I think we're coming up to the first downhill, so it's gonna be all the downhill with checks. Ooh. Enemy cross in 3rd place is not ideal. Oh, I got face down. They got pace down and my cross hit a Daring Strike into 3rd place. Beautiful. Oh yeah, and the Tachyon promoted. Yeah. I Daring Strike so I couldn't get pace down. The other cross got pace down. I hit straight away Spurt and Nimble Nav off the back of the Tachyon. For once, this is like the biggest showcase of how strong that Daring Strike is. Just being like having the chance of being able to remove pace down like that is super good. Like their Tachyon got smited down to 8th place. How meta viable is Satuno Crown? Not very. She's not bad. Her kit's pretty decent for medium tracks. Like she's probably A tier. I think her summer's actually better. But she's mainly for medium tracks. But she has a overtake current speed increase and another current speed increase. Her summer version's pretty decent. Like she's solid A tier. It's just like medium tracks are plagued with Orfevre and now Almond Eye and Chronogenesis. But her kit's like a lot better than a lot of other medium track players. Like overtake current speed increase and a 25% or 0.55 current speed increase. You should almost always have this because your base wisdom. There's no way your base wisdom is lower than 1200 by the time she releases. Both of these are like very strong. For her summer version, her original version on release, I mean, it's fine. Late Surgers are somewhat decent by the time. Oh, sorry, let me pull up the other. Late Surgers are pretty decent by the time she releases. Like, A tier is not bad. There is a lot of Umas under A tier. But she releases pretty. Oh, that's the summer version. Oh, I probably should just search up Satono. She released with Big Horse, right? Shovel Gram. She releases like when Late Surgers start to get a little bit strong. I think on release, like you probably have to wait a little bit longer. I'd say Late Surgers got strong like around when Still in Love got released. But her original release, she wasn't seen that well just because she's a Late Surger. But when her summer version releases, she's like a pretty strong A tier. Like you just have to beat Chronogenesis and Orfevre, which is a little hard. But like the average Umas you see in CM, you'll probably be able to beat with the summer version. It's just like if you face a Sweat that is playing the S tier Umas of Orfevre or Chronogen, it's a lot harder on those medium tracks. What are my thoughts on potential level 6 and 7? I think it's fine. Like, I think it's good if they release it for Umas that are weak, right? Like, it's getting put out on Special Week. It's gonna get put out on Teo? Teo and who are the next two? Teo and somebody. I know they released it. Who are the next two? I already forgot. Teo and Suzuka, yes. Teo and Suzuka. I think it's fine if it's like for weaker Umas. Because like they need help. But like I would have issues if they like gave it to like Gentle Donna or something. Yeah, I mean the cross just got smited. It's just unlucky. There's not enough skills to like stop that kind of smiting. So like, you know, Radiant Star being Daring Strike is a lot better. Because you saw in this race specifically, I got lucky, my Daring Strike stopped the pace down, and then I was able to hit like a security heal into Tail 9, which basically guaranteed I can get pace down. What's their win rate? Let me see. 0% on their Taishin, which makes sense. I think their Taishin is their weakest. I don't know why they have left-handed. But 0% Taishin is kind of funny. 38.7 and 54.8. I don't know how to add that up. But, I mean, their Umas are okay. Like, they should be able to stat stick a lot of their races. They just got unlucky with their Taishin, or their cross rolls. 0% Taishin is kind of funny to look at, but I mean, I guess it's only 5. I mean, 16 to, like, they're running cross and gold ship. Or a stronger cross and a stronger gold ship. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. It's not like you have to, like, buy the, like, the materials. Like, it's through events and stuff. Like, I think it's good that they're releasing it for weaker Umas. Because, like, well, for Teo, like, I guess Teo is the strongest version of it. And it's, like, OG, Special Week is the strongest version. But, like, all three of them are not strong. So it's good that they are getting more potential. I'll just start having issues if they give it to like a newer Uma. Holy big stab! What? Yeah, I think it's a good way to buff old characters, because you don't have to like pull a outfit for it. It's through items. Wow. Guts Strongest Warrior, 908 speed. We'll put this on Team Trials, even though it is technically double S. We're just gonna put them both in Team Trials. What's the win round this damn ship? Well, we can look after this.
今スタートが
When people complain that the materials are capped too low and so they can't stockpile. Yeah, 'cause there's a cap that you can get on it, but it's because they haven't done any events like since. So I mean, I guess like in a month, if it's still too low, then yeah, maybe that's an issue. But like it's been a day since release. Like obviously you're not gonna max it out on the day or on the first day of the release. Yeah, this gold ship is this gold ship's ready for the apocalypse on this track. Why is my Knight's Nature in 7th? I needed my Knight's Nature to be my nimble nav target. Okay, it's fine. I'm still lapping everyone here. Or not? My cross just gave up? Did my cross miss swinging? She just gave up. Oh yeah, that's a delayed spurt. My cross died. Yeah, well, I thought I missed the wit check for spurt. But if we see that delayed spurt, she definitely just dies. Damn ship put up a fight. I mean, it would have beat my cross. Damn ship has 30. %30 win rate. Oh, that's unfortunate. Cross died at the line there. Oh, that's what gold ship's for, right? Gold ship is there, so I don't lose to that gold ship. This double recovery gold ship. Surely I don't lose the 1% chance. Like, my gold ship is just the big stem gold ship. Double recoveries, 1160. Yeah, that gold ship was ready to be a runaway. What? How is there 7 Umas on my screen that aren't S? This is the state of CM now? It's anybody's game. Yeah, let's watch this out. I might lose this one. Hopefully this time my cross won't die. Okay, she spurted, but I can't catch up. No! Oh, I didn't get White Lightning. I couldn't overtake the pace. Wait, my gold chip swung super wide. Let's go, cross! My gold chip swung like 7 lanes over. I don't even know why. She was in first place. Why would she run to the stands? Hopefully round 2 is a little bit more competitive. Okay, my cross is finally beating out my gold ship. 18 there, 15 here. Cross has the higher win rate now. Yeah. Like, she's in first place and she decides to lose like 2 lengths going to the audience stand. Why are you cheering on the gold ship? Cheer on my cross. I put in like 20 hours into this cross.
注目の3番人気1番タママクラス
3番人気ではありますが、逆転を狙える能力を持っていますよ。
Yikes.
芝のコースで力を十分発揮できそうですね。
Which CM have I enjoyed the most so far? I really like the Arima Keenan. I think I would have liked the Derby if it was like a little bit later. I think the Derby would have been more fun if it wasn't the second CM.
さあゲートが開いた
I think the Arima Keenan has been like the most fair-ish. You like the milder? Oh, I like the milder too. The solo Haro that I was running. Oh, was the Derby the first CM? Yeah, I'm looking forward to the next Derby. Was the Arima Keenan the one that had X-Ogre 10 hours to train? No. That was the medium beforehand. Okay, sorry, yeah, the first. If it wasn't, I think Derby and Arima Keenan are my favorites because it's like the most fair CMs. Or like the most balanced. In terms of like anything can win. Obviously there's still gonna be meta choices, but everyone has a somewhat decent chance on the Derby and the Arima Keenan. Oshi slop. Yeah, I guess you can call them Oshi slots. Kind of fits with how the races are perceived IRL. Yeah, probably. Okay, luckily that Radiant Star didn't trigger earlier. That Radiant Star triggered closer to like the spurt phase. I think I could have lost to that gold ship. Yeah, some people like Miles though. Miles are good if you enjoy playing fronts. Or at least until like they die. Like right now, I think probably around like the 4th anniversary, front runners can only be played on dirt miles. But for now, I think miles are still pretty front heavy. They'll slowly shift into pace with Nishino Flower, and yeah, probably like with Nishino Flower, it kind of pushes towards. Wow, I can't believe I actually almost lost to that gold ship just because of Radiant Star.
やってみましょう
Yeah, Asmaru does get killed by her own card. Not owning top runner is like running a uniqueless front. Or a non-mint game front. Because every single front runner will have top runner. It's like trying to be a Saiyan Sky in the seas of Chocobuns. Not that it's that hard to beat global B bourbons.
一番人気こそ譲りましたが、素質は負けていませんよ。
Yeah, a lot of Uma pullers. Okay, wait, we have a solo Brian here. I think this is double debuffers. Yeah, double debuffers solo Brian. Russian Gale in Body of Mine. I mean, it's an end closer. It has a chance. I think global pulls on a lot more Umas than like any other server.
スタートです各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
これは一度が
Like I feel like when I played on JP at least, like a lot of people pulled on cards. I see so many people pull on Umas. But maybe it's just because like I can actually see like a lot of EN like communities and I couldn't see that much Japanese communities. And maybe that's why I think like I see a lot of Uma pullers. But yeah, like every other server, like I feel like it was very like everyone pulled what was strong, everyone pulled what was good. There's not I won't even call them Oshi players. Like there's just a lot of people who just pull Umas and don't play the CM. And it's just like a different server. Oh nice. I got White Lightning off the back of this person's Grass Wonder debuffer. I can't move. My cross cannot move. My cross is getting kidnapped. My cross just got kidnapped by like 4 debuffers. I lost to the Brian on cross. Yeah, I think maybe it's just like 4 years ago, like before the Hoyo like Gacha thing. Like everyone who played Gacha games 4 years ago like knew about, or like it was just a different way of playing Gacha where it was no soft pities, like carryover pity. I don't know, it's definitely not because of Global's meta being different, because of the early balance changes. Like, even if we got the evolutions now, like, the same cards are still strong. Yeah, 7-link lead. I got stuck behind this Brian as well. It doesn't have... It only has straightaway spurt. I had White Lightning, Nimble Nav, and straightaway spurt, and I couldn't get past the Brian because of their pace symbology. I think Ballroom Saiyan is worth having as a parent. You don't have Kita, seems like friends are only good for a couple more long CMs. You like Bourbon and Katsuri Ace. I mean, technically you want one of the two parents, right? So you can borrow the other one. But then, like, I mean, if you want to play on the Arima Keenan, the next long track that you can play is the Arima Keenan in Grand Live. Like, or at least the next long that will matter for these parents is here. So like if you want to run, you know, Kitasen Black, Mihono Bourbon, I don't know if Saiyan Sky's here. Once again, I don't know if Saiyan Sky releases with a 0.1 or a 0.2. I feel like Saiyan Sky is unique. Like Saiyan Sky's unique was weaker on release. I just can't remember what it was. But it would be for this CM specifically, if you wanted Ballroom Seiyun. So you can have Kitasen Black and Ballroom Seiyun in your parents. I don't know if you should really play along Uma for the Grandmasters one, but like the only 2 CMs, like it's 1 CM in Grandmasters, it's the Arima Keenan, and then it's 1 CM in Grandmasters, the Tenosho Spring. So it's like if you want to play it, then yes, it is quote unquote worth it. But it's 2 CMs. Like you're pulling on a parent for 2 CMs. You're to play front on 2 CMs. Most high viewership content creators are Oshi PvPers? I guess. Yeah, I mean, like, it's obviously, like, it's nice to have. Kitasen Black is the more important one, but it's really hard to win as a front with only one of the 2. Like, you need both of them for this Tenosho specifically, because late stagers have access to Lose Yourself, and Narita Bryan Blaze is out by then. So, like, if you wanted to play fronts in Grandmasters, you would need to own one of the 2, so you can borrow the other, or else you're have to get it from your grandparents. It's just, like, you're also you're spending that many carrots for 1 CM. We'll have a selector for this Tenosho Spring in terms of, like, in this situation where you need a selector one of the front parents. Grand Live, we won't have a Uma selector. Mambozo was released fixed, so maybe Seiyun is too. Yeah, maybe. I was told that it was her unique only gives 0.1 excel and 0.5 on inherits instead of the 0.2 and then a 0.1 on inherits. But I just know that Saiyan Sky's unique was changed at the 2nd anniversary. I just cannot remember what it was. So, I mean, we'll know in like 2 days for Saiyan Sky. Yeah, I personally wouldn't pull it. Like, it's 2 CMs that you're missing out on. In L'Arc, like, I guess if for League of Heroes you're a little bit weaker, because for this League of Heroes you would want both of them. So, and then there is technically another Long. There's another Rimakinen in L'Arc, which you can still kind of run fronts on, because you'll have Mihono Bourbon. Well, you can't run Mihono Bourbon on this Rimakinen, because you need to get Unshakable Stance from Mihono Bourbon Wit. Or actually, I don't know if you can run Mihono Bourbon on the... Wait, when is... Sorry, let me double check this. Ares Cup is on the 4/13. Okay. Yes, you can run it on the Grandmasters because Mihono Bourbon Wit releases after the Tenno Spring, but after the Grandmasters Tenno Spring, Mihono Bourbon Valentine's is pretty weak because you cannot run Mihono Bourbon Wit. So this is like the last CM that you can realistically run like Mihono Bourbon as an S tier, because then you're just gonna not have Unshakable Stance, which is a very strong... The upgraded Groundworks is just way too strong. Also, it's like a really strong Wit card. There's never a free Uma selector. It's always paid. Does Sirius and Bali Wit have the same gold scale as on your left, or does it have the first half of the late race excel on release? I believe on release, Sirius Symboli should be, or not Sirius. This is not Sirius Symboli. Sirius Symboli's from the brink should be the same as on your left. It should be phase first random. It shouldn't have this first half, and it should be 5th place or below. I believe that's what the conditions on release. So we won't know until the card's released if it's actually these conditions. But it was not released with these conditions on the Japanese server. This is the buffed version at the 2nd anniversary. It should be the same conditions as on your left, but it was 5th place and below, not 6th place and below. Is From the Brink better or worse than on your left? Even in the unbuffed state, it is still technically better because it's 5th place and below and not 6th place and below, but it's still a pretty bad... unless it has phase first half random, it's a pretty bad gamble. If it releases with this condition, it's okay to like get the white, or like maybe get the gold version if you can like use your borrow slot for it. But if it doesn't release with this condition, it is not worth it. Because the issue is like even if it released with the buffed state, it could trigger anywhere from like where my cursor is, like from the start to where my cursor is, which means even with the buffed version, there's only like a 50% chance that you can use any of it. With the unbuffed version, there's like a 25% chance that it'll do something. So it would have to release with the buffed version, I think, in order for you to use it. You can kind of gamble on the white, even in the, like, same thing with Slick Surge, you can kind of gamble on it. But I think the gold is too expensive. You had some Bali Stam on your pull pants, so you discovered my channel, and there's only 2 excels. Yeah, it's the Rimakinen and the and that Tenno Spring that I had for the same that I had up. Like those, you're pulling on a card that is pretty weak for 2 CMs. Like even if you pulled 1 copy of it, like I think it's just too weak of a card. I have it like highlighted still because like you're gonna borrow it if you wanted to play Late Surger. But yeah, I really don't think people should be pulling on Sirius or Symbolic Princess. Like I'm gonna borrow it for the Rimakinen for Special Week. But I think pulling for it is like it's just too much material that you have to give up when you have to basically save for Meiji or Ramono. Like I'd rather you spend this time saving for Meiji or Ramono than pulling on Symbolic Princess. And it's not even going to be make you that much stronger. Like, sure, you can play the Arima Keenan without a borrow. You can play this Arima Keenan without a borrow, but... Or without losing your borrow slot. I mean, I think you should just, like, increase the rest of your deck so you can free up that borrow slot. I don't know. I have some issues with people's poll plan, or like with the poll plans being put out. Like, I don't think the certain style-specific cards are strong enough for people to pull on a style-specific card until like after Mejo Ramonu. I guess Tachyon and Marzensky are strong enough to be pulled as a style-specific card. Like, even like Daichi Ruby, it's like, I mean, I just think it's too weak. Or it's too niche, Am I enjoying playing on Global more than back on JP? Spending money does make it a little bit more enjoyable to play. Like, playing with a weak deck definitely sucks. But I do think I'm enjoying my time more. Being able to read the stories is really nice as well. Like, I was just playing the game specifically for the game, but being able to like sometimes read the stories is kind of nice. I think it's also just nice like having the community that actually plays the game. On the JP server, like there's like a select small niche group that plays the game competitively. But I think now that we're in global, like there's more and more people that I can talk to, which is nice. What about Mr. CB? Oh yeah, Mr. CB is also another style-specific card. I was more so talking about the Grand Life cards, which was Aishin Flash, Symbolic Princess, and Daichi Ruby. I do not agree on being part of the poll plan. But Mr. CB, Marzensky, and Tachyon are good cards to pull. When I played in JP, do I know anyone locally that played the game? I could talk to like the English speakers, but like nobody, I never like met up with. I mean, I haven't met up with anyone who plays Uma Musume now. So like, but there's definitely a bigger community now that we're in global. I mean, these Umas are just a little too weak. Meet up. Hope the server lives, because starting a server 4 years behind generates a lot of FOMO. I think side games helps out a lot with that by making it very hard to join the JP server. Or not hard to join, but like really annoying to play on the JP server. Like you have to get the VPN working, and they will never release a translation for the game. Like it was very annoying to play the JP server. And I think that kind of warrants a lot of help. I think it's also helpful that the game, it goes beyond, or the things about the game go beyond the game. Like the materials go beyond the game, with the anime and the... what else do they do besides the anime? And things like that. Where... like, I think you can enjoy Uma Musume without having to play the game. Just be able to read Japanese. I can't read Japanese, but I can recognize the characters in certain skills. That is one thing I've picked up. I don't know what the characters mean, but I know what the skill does. I don't know. I definitely think global is a lot more casual than any other server, but I mean, I think it's fine. I think League of Heroes is probably going to be more competitive, just because there's a guaranteed top 96 for League of Heroes, and there are some dedicated players. Like I've definitely seen some dedicated players. I just think CM is not a way to show it. As compared to other servers. But I'm excited when League of Hero releases, seeing like the our top 96 global. Supposed to use the Brian for the parent runs. I have no idea what the UID is. I don't think I can pull it up. My cross got kidnapped! You've got to be kidding me. Oh yeah, I follow the Serious Simbali on Twitter. He's very active on Twitter about his game. Yeah, it kind of sucks that the new player onboarding doesn't really get good until like the 3rd anniversary. Like I don't know. Starting Grand Live honestly isn't that bad. I think once Grand Live releases and like being able to pull on the scenario banner is a lot better. It's a little bit more new player friendly. But definitely right now, it's really hard. Thank you for the £6. Is that a pounds? But thank you for the... Is it super chat donation? How's my CM going? I've only lost 2. I lost 2 yesterday, and we haven't lost today. But it is Euros. But we have a pretty decent win rate. I mean, I'm just playing 2 like pretty meta slavey, or 2 very strong like S tier Umas. Don't they have borrow decks? The borrow decks are super weak. I mean, the borrow decks help new players because they're a lot better than like not being able to run any cards. But like the borrow decks right now are Mars NC Speed, like Bijin Wit. But their cards are better than our cards, but they're also like 3 years outdated. But it definitely does help new players. I think that was at the 4th anniversary, the borrow. Yeah, I think like once we get to the 4th anniversary and you can start on like the scenario banner, it's a lot easier for new players to join. I think that Mant is a really bad experience to join as a new player. 4th anniversary forward, it's a little bit easier to join as a new player. Yeah. What do we have here? Okay, this is a Bourbon Kita. Okay. Okay, this isn't that bad. Wait, we might actually... This might be our 2nd matchup where it might matter. It's a Bourbon. It's a decently built Bourbon. Okay, we could lose this. If Cross gets blocked again, we could lose this. But I think there's a chance I lose to this Bourbon. Luckily, it's a little bit low on power. It's 9-10. I don't think I can lose that Kita. When do they add the previous farming of free SSR cards? Like the trainer pass? For like to get the tickets for like Super Creek and Kitasen and stuff? I think that was at the 3rd Annie. Might be the 2.5 Annie, actually. It's either the 3rd Annie or the 2.5 Annie. Or are you talking about the... Oh, wait. Or are you talking about the bookmark of regulation for the event cards? The event cards came out 9/28? 23? When was that? That was the 2.5 Annie. Does Trainer Pass get you to max limit break? It lets you work up towards it. But like being able to get Kitasen and Super Creek and stuff for free is pretty decent. Ah, no! We're not gonna get speed carryover because it's my gold chip in front of my cross. Oh, please don't! If this Taishin blocks me, I'm gonna be so annoyed. Oh, I think the Taishin blocked me. Oh, I got blocked by the Kitasen right after! Okay, it didn't matter. Taishin blocked my Tama, so I got stuck behind my Nice Nature. And then Taishin blocked my Gold Chip, so I got stuck behind the Kitasen. Yeah, the Bookmark of Recollection, or Remembrance, I don't know what it's called, came out of the 2.5 Annie. Or the event after the 2.5 Annie, to get the old event cards. I didn't think their Taishin was that good. I mean, it's 1170 speed. Like, their Taishin's okay. No stopping me encroaching Shadow. It's okay. I thought the Bourbon would do better. They kind of made no lead. That was a little scary, though. I got double blocked. Let's see their Umas. 20%. Wow, their Taishin actually has been doing pretty well. 48.6. 14.3. I mean, it was just like, they actually had an A finals worthy team. It's been a while since we've seen one of these. They did not have Lone Wolf. This Brian had Lone Wolf, so it wouldn't have mattered. The other room has Lone Wolf, but yeah, that's why they knew that they were gonna match into this Brian, so they opted not to get it. Oh, that was all of it. We went 20 for 20 today. Clean, even win rate on my Umas. Fortunately, still... Oh yeah, someone else's Brian, not their own. They were running double front Taishin. Fortunately, lost 2 yesterday, so we're not at 100%. But we are at a good 95%. Gold chip merchant. But it's even now, at least. At least my gold chip isn't 50 and my Tama 40. It's 247.5s. Can't believe Spurtless gold chip is winning so much. Well, to be fair, like, I have to run this Nice Nature for gold chip. Which is like the only way this gold chip could ever win. Like, I have to be running this Nice Nature. For both my Umas to perform. Because I need a White Lightning trigger, and I need an Uma that I can hit Nimble Navigator off of, because I didn't get Straightaway Spurt. But yeah, my Umas aren't perfect. Like, this one's missing Straightaway Spurt, and this cross is missing Uma Stan, which makes it a little bit hard to get into positioning without it. I think we've in total got into 5 lobbies where I thought I could have lost, and we've lost 2 of them. We lost against the UG1 Kita from Callum, which was extremely hard to beat. My team comp is not suited to beat out a Suzuka lobby. And then we lost to different UG Taishin, was it? I think we lost to it might have not been a UG Taishin, but we did lose to a Taishin as our second loss. It was a race right after the Ikita-sen. But no losses today. I think 2 of the lobbies had Umas that were like actually built. It was just like 2 Bourbons. But I'm not that scared of Bourbon Kita. I'm more scared of Suzu Kita, because I'm not running in my own front runner to stop the second place front runner. Tomorrow's gonna be a big swing. Yeah, I'm hoping for 80% tomorrow. Or for round 2 in general. But you're definitely, like, I'm definitely not keeping this 95%. Because I think it's really hard for people to sneak into round 2. So, like, the average lobbies should be stronger for round 2. But I guess if you get lucky and you face... I mean, yeah, I guess you only need to face 3 other lobbies without someone, without someone running actual Umas to sneak into round 2. Am I playing any other gachas? No. Uma was the only gacha. I sometimes play, like, Slay the Spire. Sometimes my friends ask me to play. I only play, like, Slay the Spire because I can have Uma on my second monitor while playing with them. But generally I don't play anything else. Yeah, Slay the Spire too. Play the multiplayer. I think me and my friends are on Ascension 8 now. Slay the Spire is really fun. It's also really nice that I can do a parent run during it. Though sometimes they get mad at me because I don't take my turn because I'm like doing a race. It was like a full-time job. Yeah, like I have no time for like any other game. I used to play TFT while doing parent runs. So I'll probably do that when the new set drops. But I'll play games that I can play on my second monitor. Like because otherwise I would have no time for Uma Musume. Alright, let's do our polls and like all the dailies, and then I will go over the schedule. Looks like the schedule's dropping in about an hour and a half from now. What was my highest rank in TFT? Masters. I usually get to Diamond and then I stop. Back in college, I was getting to Masters, and then I would stop there. I don't play that much TFT. I don't like study enough of TFT to go higher than Masters. Am I streaming until schedule drop? Yeah, but I'm gonna do the schedule drop before it. Yeah, after Diamond, it's just like you just have to play more games. But I hit Masters twice. And like set like 12 and 13, and then I stopped. Okay. Oh, got nothing. Oh, actually, I wanted to do the single pull on Measure Up, right? I'll be streaming. Well, now I'm gonna just like go over the banners. Whoa, that is not Measure Up, right? This is not Measure Up, right? Maybe we bring Anime Teo to the next CM because her kit is so bad that I'd rather get it done now than later. Or maybe we can try to certain victory. Yeah, I just saw Mile E, and maybe not. Maybe I'll bring her in Grand Life. Mile E is a little rough to do. She might appear in Grand Life. Actually, let me look at my trainer list. Who can I bring? Who can I bring that I have not brought yet? I want to have everybody, or mostly everybody, in a CM. Like, some of them I'm saving for when they're stronger. Like, OG Teo, I'll save when her evolutions come out. Akebono, I'm gonna save until her unique gets fixed. Kitasen's probably coming to a League of Heroes. Should I bring Winning Ticket? Winning Ticket's kind of hard with Mile F. I like to bring them when they're still strong. I could bring Special Week. The Derby is her race. Maybe if I unlock her outfit. I like to give everyone a chance. Are there any moves I'm waiting to main / focus on in the future? Not really. Like the only like pull that I'm actually gonna do is probably Narita Bryan. Generally, I just play meta. Narita Bryan is meta, but I do want her Blaze outfit, so I'll probably pull for that. I'm trying to see if I can squeeze in Kopani Riki, because I want to play the pace version of her. Because the front version of her is super strong with Marzensky speed, or like any mile track, but I like to try to play the pace version of Riki. Haru is my peak. Yeah, unfortunately we didn't get the Haru win. I lost by a neck to a Taiki shuttle, to a Team Trials Taiki shuttle at that. But I am still technically a Haru, you know, a Haru player. You've just seen a lot of gold chip out of me. You have just seen a lot of gold chip from me, but technically my account is Haru. Yeah, it's Haru in spirit. Can Banana Falcon win against Apani Ricky? I think so. Like from what I remember, well, I don't think you can get Banana Falcon in time for this dirt. Banana Falcon released 8/23. The dirt CM. Well, actually, I guess you can. Never mind, it does release in time. I think she's a Miler kit. Let me check. Smart. I don't remember Smart Falcon at the medium track. I thought she had a Mile kit. No, I guess not. I guess this is a medium track. No. Actually, then I don't know why I don't have her here. But I think she can have it. I think she can do it. Banana Falcon. I think Kopani Ricky is still stronger. I don't know, I kind of like her base version better. But I guess position sense isn't the greatest. I guess her Grand Life is better. She still has top pick. And she has the gold version of the random excel. I don't know. I don't have her. I think I have her on the next dirt track. I don't know why I don't have her for that dirt track. Like, I have her for the Tokyo dirt. But I don't remember seeing her in the medium track. Who did I end up selecting with a voucher? I haven't selected anyone yet. I still have 2 selectors. I don't know who I'm selecting. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna pull on Nish because I'm gonna pull for Nishino Flower. So I'm gonna wait until I do the Uma pulls there before deciding. I don't really have anyone that I want. Maybe Fine Motion. Fine Motion will be interesting for the Sprint CM that has the downhill. Or is it the Sprint CM or is it the Mile CM that has the downhill? It's the Hanshin Mile, I think. Digital's a fine... Wedding Airgrave is also a good pick. I like her kit when Evas come out. I actually have a lot of Umas. Did I get Dober through my daily pulls? I got it off of the Kiedis and Black banner, I think. So yeah, the daily pulls. Yeah, I think I got it from the Kiedis and Black banner. Shuttle is mostly like you have to use her. Her unique works on this next sprint though. Like you can inherit it here, but most of the times like for most of the miles you are running Shuttle and not using her as a parent. So like if you like to run Shuttle for the Tokyo miles, I think it's fine. But you will want one if you're playing pace on this sprint, you will either want Nishino Flower or Taiki. New Year's Opera is also just a really good parent in general. You like to run pace? Yeah, like I'm pulling for Nishino Flower for this CM specifically. I want to run Nishino Flower for this CM. When is schedule drop? It's gonna be in an hour 20. I'll go over the items since I don't want to just like kill time for an hour. Let me put up a countdown. I need to figure out where the script is. I don't remember how to do this. Scripts. So it should be in 75 minutes, I believe. So I'll put that timer up there. And we know because if we go to the previous time they did this, like it's right now 4:45 where I am. So this releases in 75 minutes, or at least for this banner, or when this schedule released. So should be around the same time. It's been pretty consistent. But let me mute this. Okay, and let me also remember to record this time because I should be uploading these, and not I should be uploading these. I haven't uploaded something in so long. Isn't it 2 hours 20? The time on the bookmark should fix itself based on like daylight savings, because it was 7 before daylight savings. Like it already fixed itself. The time here is already fixed for daylight. And if I'm wrong, then I'm sorry. But the time should be fixed for daylight savings. Because I didn't go through a second daylight savings. Okay, let me start the recording. So once again, this is going to be before the schedule drops, so it is estimations, but these should be the items that come out. We should be going through the ballroom banner, which is Saiyan Sky Kiseki, and then the Symboli Rudolph and Series Symboli card. There's going to be the story event there, and then there should be an event called Top Uma Idol Project, which is the gathering fans for Smart Falcon. Week 2 is Nishino Flower, Daiwa Scarlet Power. There's going to be a special transfer, and there's going to be the second coming of the Racing Carnival. Week 3 will be Muteki. It's going to be a rerun banner, which I won't go over. And then there should be the Aries Cup. This one we already know is going to be on the 23rd. And then during the Aries Cup, we'll have Golden Week version 2, which I will go over the rewards of that as well. And then week 4 is Nice Nature and King Halo Cheerleader, Bamboo Memory Guts and Seeking the Pearl Speed, and then the story event with the cheerleader banner. To start off, we have Saiyan Sky, who is a long-distance front runner. Her skill is Do Ya Break-In, which on the second anniversary, her skill did get buffed, which has the same conditions as Kita's Black, where you have to be on the straight on the opposite side of the audience, and you have to be second place or higher. And this gives you the 0.2 acceleration and 0.3 target speed. It is slightly weaker than Kita's Black because it's not the 0.3, so the inherit is 0.7. I'm told that the buff was that they increased the acceleration from 0.1 to 0.2, but I personally remember her unique being on the final straight, so I cannot give advice on this until we know what the actual unique is on release. But with this condition is the exact same as Kita's Black. It's just a weaker version because it's 0.2 instead of 0.3, so the inherit's also slightly weaker. She has Escape Artist, which is a very strong skill. It's a 3-second skill that gives you 0.35 target speed. 3 seconds is generally like one of the longest base durations you can have for a mid-race skill, so Escape Artist is very strong. Mihoto Bourbon has it, the original Saiyan Sky has it. White Kita's Black will also have it. Escape Artist is a very, very good skill that is on cards that are really hard to put into decks. That's really good if that's your potential skill. She has Early Lead, which is one of the whites. And then she also has Top Runner, which is the skill that Marozensky Speed comes out. So on release, she's going to be really strong because she has 2 skills that are really hard to come by. But once Marozensky Speed comes out, Top Runner won't be as hard to come by, but there's also another base duration 3-second target speed. So just off of these 2, she's very strong. Both her potential skills are insanely long and for a 0.35 target speed increase. But she won't be as strong once Marozensky Speed comes out. And Daiwa Scarlet Wit is like the wit card that you use when Air Shakur's stam comes out. So Top Runner won't be as strong once those cards come out, but she's still pretty strong on those long tracks. Her first Evo isn't that great. She just gets a white recovery skill. She is a long runner, so a white recovery skill isn't that bad. But you're most likely going to grab the 0.45 target speed version instead. And then her other skill gets another recovery skill because she is a long runner. So Saiyan Sky is fine. You can use it as a parent for like Mihono Bourbon or but generally you either run Saiyan Sky Ballroom and inherit Kitas in Black, or you run Kitas in Black and inherit Saiyan Sky Ballroom. Or you just try to be a long runner that can inherit both. Like maybe on the Yorima Kinen, you're Medjiro Palmer, and you inherit both Saiyan Sky Ballroom and Kitas in Black Original. So she has versatility as both a runner and a parent, just because her skills are somewhat strong. There is only 2 medium tracks, or 2 long tracks after this one. I don't know if she'll be released before the finals of the Tennosho Spring we're currently on. But the next 2 long tracks are going to be one in Grand Live, which is the next scenario. It's going to be the Arima Kinen, and then one in Grandmasters, which is going to be the Tennosho Spring. Except this time we're on the Kyoto track. So we will have that uphill, so getting that acceleration from Victory Cheers and Duya Breaking is going to be pretty important. Both of these will also be the long tracks where late surgers have Lose Yourself, so you're not going to be as strong. End closers are obviously still strong on long tracks with the Straightaway Spirit and Nimble Nav, but now you'll also have to deal with late surgers having Lose Yourself. The 5th scenario, there's also Narita Brian Blaze, but that's a little too far in the future. The other Uma that releases is going to be Fuji Kiseki Ballroom. She is a pace miler. She has decent stack growths for mile tracks. Generally on mile tracks, you're going to want to run Guts cards, so you want that speed, power, stat bonus in order to raise these 2 through Guts. Okay, let me answer some questions, because I see there's some questions. Isn't that overkill? Kitasen uninherited should be enough. For the Tennosho Spring, you should probably try to inherit Duya Breakin, because there's that giant uphill. For the Yurima Kinen, yeah, you probably don't need to inherit Saiyan Sky. But I think on the Tennosho Spring, generally, you want to inherit the other one. There isn't a long CM where Mara Speed is not available for people to use Saiyan Sky Ballroom. Yeah, there isn't one, except if you are able to train it for this CM. Because Saiyan Sky will be stronger on this CM if you're able to train it for the finals, because you have access to Top Runner, which would beat out Kitasen, because taking the lead isn't that much stronger. Lose Yourself is instant, like Spirit. Yeah, Lose Yourself will be an instant excel. Let me pull it up. It's straightaway Spirit, except you have to tank a 2%, or it's Encroaching Shadow, but you have to take a 2% stam drain. Which is why I say usually only like Metro Bright should be using it, but it is... Actually, it's a little bit stronger than Encroaching Shadow. It lasts 0.6 seconds longer. You just have to tank the 2% stamina drain. Does S Maru... Lates consume the least stamina, that'll be fine. It's just awkward on the first card, because it's really awkward running 2 stamina cards for the Arima Kinen. Especially in Grand Live when you're trying to hit 1600 speed. So it still lessens the amount of Umas that can use it. Like if you have a recovery skill and in your potentials as a late searcher, you'll probably be fine. Does Esmara really become unusable when her card comes out? Top Runner is just that strong. Like we don't really see it now, like cards being the difference between Umas, because a lot of like half your deck is pretty weak. But Top Runner is a 3-second 0.35 target speed. This is just a really strong skill that is hard to overcome. Will Uma slow down if the game detects that the stamina is not? Yes. Yeah. So like you can full spurt, hit, lose yourself, and then recalculate that you don't have enough stamina to run the rest of the track. But either way, like even if it didn't recalculate, you would still die at the finish, like near the finish line. But the 3-second 0.35 is just really hard, especially when one of your potential skills is a mile skill and your other one's a recovery. it's a lot harder to beat out an escape artist. It's really hard to beat out escape artist top runner. Like your goal, you are against a bourbon who has the exact same unique as you, but has 2 3-second 0.35 target speed skills on top of you. So I would say, yeah, I wouldn't say she's like unusable, but like if you encounter a bourbon, it's a lot harder to take that first place. Because for a front runner, all that matters is first place, and bourbon has the easiest chance of doing that out of all the front runners currently released. Bourbon doesn't really lose that until I mean, there's just like different tracks that bourbon would lose it on. I'd say bourbon would lose first place on dirt to Ricky and Smart Falcon. She would lose first place to Aston Machan on sprints. I don't know why you would bring bourbon to a sprint. She would lose to Kitas and Black New Year's on medium tracks. And then she probably loses it one more time to Ines Fujin Valentine's. Ines Fujin is just bourbon, but she can use bourbon cards. So bourbon will be the king for quite a while. It's like Aston Machan on sprints, Ricky on dirts, and then Kitas and Black New Year's on mediums, and then Ines Fujin in general. I was saying that Sane's unique on Game Towards the buff version. Is that still true? We won't know for sure until the banner is in the game, but that is the buff version. I just don't remember what the pre-buff version is, and I couldn't find it before today's stream. Okay. That's enough questions. I'm gonna have to edit all that out too. But we'll now go back to Kiseki. But yeah, she's a pace miler. Her unique is Final Corner Overtake, which is a 4-second 0.45 target speed increase. I don't think this got buffed, so I think this is the version we have. You have to be 4th place or higher when you're overtaking someone on that final corner. This is generally a mile skill, because the final corner on miles is right before the late race, so you want to try to use this overtake as speed carryover. If you get 0.45's target speed of speed carryover, that's essentially like hitting a encroaching shadow, because encroaching shadow gives you 1 second of 0.4 acceleration. This would be that 0.4 target speed that you would accomplish. Her other skill, Captivating, her potentials aren't that strong. She has Captivating Trick, which is really weak. You don't really want this on a mile if you're trying to like be an ace to win. But Speed Star is pretty good. It's a little awkward right now when Fine Motion is the strongest wit card, so like you were most likely going to get Speed Star anyways. But when Fine Motion gets power crept by Mejiro Ramono, Ballroom Kiseki becomes a better pace chaser on miles. Evos are really good for her because she can turn her Captivating Trick into it's a little bit of a gamble. It's like 60% gamble that it would do something, 40% that it would do absolutely nothing, because this is a final random corner skill. But you're trying to gamble that this will hit on the final corner beforehand instead of after. Let me pull up the Tokyo Mile. So like, for example, actually on the Tokyo Mile, it's a lot better a gamble because there's only 30 meters that you can quote unquote lose the gamble on, whereas the rest of it would actually help. But generally, you're trying to hit a speed skill into the final leg, so you start off at a higher top speed. But being able to turn your debuffer skill into a speed skill is really good. And then her other evolution to Speed Star just gives her more target speed. So I think on release, Ballroom Kiseki isn't that strong on miles, mainly because one of your skills is a debuff. But once she does also get head on, which is a good gamble acceleration for that mile track. But once the evolutions come out and once Mejiro Ramono releases, Kiseki will be a lot stronger because no one else will have access to Speed Star, because people aren't going to be running Fine Motion anymore on those mile tracks. They're going to be running Mejiro Ramono. And your evolutions are a lot better for mile tracks. I wouldn't say she's S tier for miles, but she's a pretty solid pick for mile tracks at the 2nd anniversary onwards. I don't think she's that strong right now. That's Kiseki. Now we can go over to the cards. First up, we have Sirius and Bali Wit. Sirius and Bali isn't that bad of a card. It's like pretty high up there. It's comparable to Fine Motion once you do 5 Training Rainbows. That's the only issue with this card. It has 60% mood effect and no TE, so all of your cross training will be through mood effect. It has more specialty priority with 50, and it comes with a speed bonus and a wit bonus. The training only gets better once you finish all 5 of those friendship bonuses, though it does ramp up. So, it goes 20, 23, 26, all the way up to 35 friendship bonus, which then makes it stronger than Fine Motion. It's just, in Bant, it's really rare that you'll be able to train Wit with a Wit card 5 times, and then be able to see the rest of the effects like later on. But it's still a pretty strong Wit card. It has the 10% race bonus, which you would want in Mant. It gives you From the Brink or Rise from the Ashes. If you're looking at like past stuff, it'll be translated as Rise from the Ashes. These conditions, I'm pretty sure, is a buffed version from the 2nd anniversary. On release, I recall this skill being Phase Random 2, which is the same as On Your Left, and then I remember the order rate being 5th and below, and the duration and acceleration didn't change. So on release, it's a On Your Left, except 5th and below. That's what I recall the skill being. We won't know for sure until this card comes out or until the skill is in the game, but I recall these conditions being a little bit harsher on the old server, or on the Japanese server, not the old server. But the thing is that this is locked in medium tracks, so technically enclosures can use From the Brink on those medium tracks. But we'll know the conditions once the card releases. Another nice thing, or another bad thing, not nice thing, about this card is that it is random whether or not you get the gold version. So do keep that in mind if you're like trying to borrow this. It isn't one of the skill or one of those event chains that is nice to show up, because the first one you can get 30 skill points and playtime's over. But generally, like, you wouldn't bring On Your Left to medium tracks. So if this is not the buffed version, I don't see this being usable, since the proc rate's like 25% for it to do anything if it's the same conditions as On Your Left. If it's this condition, it bumps up to like 40-45% chance to do something, so maybe you can grab the white version. But just be careful about this card, since it can fail to give you the skill if it even finishes the chain in the first place. But it's actually a pretty good Wit card. It's like on par with, it's a little bit weaker than Fine Motion just because the unique effect needs to ramp up, but it's on par with like Nice Nature and Current Wit. It's a pretty good Wit card. I just wouldn't pull for it. The other card on this banner is not Sirius Sabali. It's Sabali Rudolph, which is a stamp card. This is the first, I don't know if this is the first time this unique event came in actually. But it's a pretty unique effect. It gives you initial stat up 2 for every card in your supporter deck. So it's not that strong. It gives you 60 stats. In terms of a stamp card, it's a 25% friendship, 10 TE, 35 specialty priority. It's a little bit weaker than Super Creek. Yeah, but it does have that 10% race bonus. Gives you the medium skills, all I've got, which is good for everyone but front on mediums, medium corners, medium straights. Gives you Burning Soul, which is a late surger skill. I guess you can use it as Pace Chaser as well, since it's 7th to 5th, but you have to be blocked, or somebody has to be on the side of you for 2 seconds or longer during the mid-race, but it is a 2.4 second target speed increase with a 3.5 stamina recovery. Maybe for the Derby, if your Uma needs a recovery skill, but you don't want to bring Super Creek, or you don't want to borrow Super Creek, maybe you run the Sabali Rudolph skill for Burning Soul. I don't really see a use for it. But you can keep this in mind if you think that like Stam Deformers might kill you on the Tokyo Derby and you need this 3.5% Stam recovery instead of like Grass Wonder. since you want to inherit so many other skills for the derby, or so many acceleration skills for the derby. That's where like the use case of this card would be, but I also wouldn't pull for it. But those are the two cards for this banner. We do have the story event. Every time there's going to be alternate outfits, there will always be a story event with it. So this one's the ballroom one, which has the Satan Sky and Kiseki as like the main characters, but Rudolph and Sirius Symboli are also part of the story. Air Shakur is the DJ. Air Shakur gives you this is the event card, but Air Shakur is also in here. This is also the first time that a event will give us hint books. There's going to be, sorry, I'm trying to pull up the list. There's going to be 10 of like these small books, 6 of these textbooks, 2 of the rare ones, if I can find it, 2 of these rare ones, and then 1 of the textbook rare. But this will be the first event that comes out with those hint books, which is nice, you know, because right now the only other way to get it is slaving away at the trainer exam or waiting every month to buy it. Air Shakur's speed isn't that great of a card. It's a 5% race bonus card. Gives you 2 speed bonus when your bond gauge is at 80. It also comes with a 1 power bonus. It has 50 specialty priority. It has no cross training. I mean, you get 30% mood effect. But there's like almost no cross training. But I mean, it's a 2 speed, 1 power bonus welfare card. The skill it gives is Serenity, which is really bad. It's an end closer recovery skill that you have to be blocked in front in order to get it. On longer tracks, like, I don't know, I think like it's still pretty bad. It's pretty hard to fulfill the block front continued 1 time condition. It eventually does kind of get fixed. It turns into in front near lane, which is the same conditions as Nimble Nav, which is a lot easier to trigger. This skill like almost never gets printed. It got printed once on Admire Vega, and then on 2 cards. I think this is also an event card. Like I think they know that the skill sucks. But so you wouldn't be running this for Serenity. On the second chain event, it does come with Encloser Straits. Eager will also be a new skill, which gives you target speed if you're 5th or below during the mid race, which is decent. I don't know when this actually gets printed, but this is a pretty decent skill when this card comes out. So this could be like a white skill that you get when the card releases, because that's when the game will be added. Oh, Gimlet gives it. I see. So maybe if you're like planning on doing an encloser, like for the derby, try to get this white skill. But Serenity is Serenity is not a good skill. But this will be the first time that I already forgot what the translation for it was. Elation? Eager. Eager will be put into the game when this banner releases. Okay, well that's everything about the first instance of the banner. The other item that's going to be on week 1 is going to be, it was translated Top Uma Idol Project. I don't know what the English title will be in our server. But this was ran for 4 days, and it was an event where where it considered your fan count after finishing your run. You got rewards based on the total number of fans gathered by everybody and your individual fan count. The goal was different on each server. In JP, it was 2 trillion fans, and they reached 3.3 trillion. In Korea, I found out that it was 60 billion fans, and they reached 105 billion fans. So Cygames most likely has a number of like the fans that globals can get in 4 days, and they'll probably just give us a. Please do not ask about the card art. I pasted the card art from the card. Games most likely has a number of fans that Global can achieve, and they'll probably just give us like something that's doable. But the rewards are not 4 copies. Sorry, I meant to say 5 copies. Because you're gonna get 5. Oh, actually no. The total fans. This is the total fan rewards. The total fan rewards are 4 copies of the Smart Falcon Guts card, 1 2-star or higher make debut round 2 ticket, which goes up to the current wit banner. What was the current wit banner? Round 2 ends with current wit. Round 2 ends with current wit. Current wit. Okay, it's the festival banner. Round 2 ends with the festival banner, I believe. So it should be all the Umas from here prior. I think that's round 2. We'll get a Uma ticket. Smart Falcon has a song. I honestly don't remember this song. Sorry. And then you'll get the make debut SSR ticket round 2, which we got one earlier from the events. Which is also up to current wit. The individual goals was 300k, 600k, and all the way up to 2 million. There was money for the first one, supporter points. Whoops, this is not right. 20 alarm clocks. The last copy of the Smart Falcon Guts card. That isn't from the total fans. More money, more support cards, and then you'll get this title. Obviously, it's going to be translated on our server, but it's just aim for the top Uma idol is the title. But it's just like gathering fans. This shouldn't be like anything that you actually have to do, since it's just playing the game. 2 million fans is what, 4 runs at the largest. Like it should be like 3 to 4 runs to get the 2 millions. And it takes you have 4 days to get it. So hopefully you're able to do it. Hopefully you can do 1 run a day. But the card is here. This is the Smart Falcon Guts card. It's not that strong of a Guts card. It's 5% race bonus, which is unfortunate. It doesn't have speed or power bonus. So it's not going to be that strong of a Guts card. You really want that speed or power bonus, or else it's going to be really hard to hit your max stat goals. It does come with a skill point bonus, which is okay. It comes with some pretty hard to obtain skills. Forward March right now is what? Inari 1, Agnes Digital. Top pick isn't on anything except the Smart Falcon. So it comes with some decent hints. It's guaranteed to give you top pick at the end of the chain event. And you get Leader's Pride from the first chain event. So it's okay as a parent card if you have like nothing better. It's kind of hard to use as a parent card because it only gives 5% race bonus. I mean the card is like mediocre, but getting guaranteed top pick I guess has a place somewhere. That's the Smart Falcon support card from the event. Should it be ran? Actually, when do I have it? Should be ran first week of April, sometime during the first week of April. It was ran for April Fools on the JP servers, so we should get it somewhere around the next couple of days. Okay. The next banner that I have here is we're going to be entering week 2. That's going to be Nashina Flower and Daiwa Scarlet Power. Nashina Flower is not the greatest ace, but she is a very strong parent. Her skill, which is going to be Budding Blossoms, has a precondition of being blocked by the side on a straight during the mid-race, which isn't that hard to do if you're a pace chaser, because most of the time when Nishino Flower can be used, most likely is going to be a pace chaser. So you should be able to, run side by side to another pace chaser for 2 seconds on a straight. But what her unique does is that it has to be during the late race. That's where phase 2 or greater comes in. And it's after the halfway point of the final corner. If you're 3rd or 4th place, or you're on the straight of phase 2, you gain acceleration, which is 2.4 of 0.2. So this is final corner, later half equals 1, 3 to 4, is really similar to Taiki Shuttle. But it is a better parenting skill than shooting for victory because it's forced to be in the second half of the phase, or it can trigger on the straight. So if we go into Taiki Shuttle, we can see that she has that same condition, is final corner later half, third or fourth. It's just Nishino Flower forces it to be during that second phase. So if we go into something like the Tokyo Derby, which will be the, I think, fourth CM, yeah. So shooting for victory and Budding Blossom can activate the half of the corner is right here. Shooting victory will activate here. Budding Blossom will always activate here because it forces it to trigger during the second phase. So for this Tokyo Derby, you'll see a lot of Pace Chasers run Budding Blossoms because it is Pace Chaser's version of Instant Excel. It's Pace Chaser's, angling and scheming, or let's pump some iron. Generally, you should be able to fulfill the precondition, but it does make it a little bit hard. And obviously, third and fourth, it's a little iffy. I ran a Taiki Shuttle that ended up losing because she was second place by the time she could hit her unique. But generally, it's on Pace Chaser. Maybe you can do some wacky triple front comp with it. As an ace, she's not that strong. She has Beeline Burst, which is random straight is not the strongest skill. She also has Straight Descent. Is that what it's called? Which doesn't really have a use. And then her evolutions give her a white recovery to it, and then gives her or more speed to the Beeline Burst, or 0.1 more acceleration to Determined Descent. Yes, that's what it's called. I don't know if Nishino Flower will get her unique in Mant, like in the rival races, when she gets added to the game. But she might become stronger in Mant if she gets her unique, because right now she's uniqueless in the rival races. But I would assume that they were gonna give her unique, right? Which would make her stronger. Seiyun didn't get her unique? Okay, yeah, maybe she won't get her unique. Either way, she's super strong with her random whites. Hopefully she doesn't get her unique. I don't know how her and Seeking the Pearl do so much damage without a unique. Anyways, the only time that you might see Nishino Flower be used as an ace is for Determined Descent on the Hanshin Mile in Grand Live. The Hanshin Mile in Grand Live does have a downhill where you can gamble on the Determined Descent, which is why I have Fine Motion Nishino Flower. Dober also gets carryover with her unique. And obviously this mile, Nishino Flower's unique should work. Yeah, she'll be good for this as well. You can run Nishino Flower, and I mean any Pace Chaser can run Shooting for Victory and Budding Blossoms, which is why I didn't. Or I have her here as like a notable Uma. But most Pace Chasers should be able to run Shooting for Victory and Budding Blossoms for the sprint. And then obviously you'll use her unique for the Tokyo Mile. Didn't we already have a CM where Descent was good? Yeah, but I mean, Nishino Flower wasn't out for the CM. This is the next time you'll see a CM where Determined Descent will be usable. With this banner will also come Daiwa Scarlet Power. It's honestly fine as a stat stick. It's 10% race bonus, 2 power bonus, 1 stam bonus. The 2 power bonus is locked behind friendship training. 35% friendship bonus, which is pretty big. Only issue with this card is there is 0 cross training. So if it doesn't show up anywhere where these bonuses matter, all it will give you is 5% for being a card. But she has no mood effect or no TE. So you better hope that her zero, she has zero, right? Yeah, her zero specialty priority shows up on power. But the only reason why I am talking about this card is because it gives you golden head on, which isn't on anybody until Fine Motion Wedding. I think it's the first time it comes. KS Miracle Guts is the card that you would want to use for head on. This card is pretty much a dead card, but it does give that golden head on. I don't know if it has a place for the Tokyo Mile, but mainly because you have, Budding Blossom, Give Mummy a Hug, and then you can just grab head on instead of going for the golden one, especially since it's not buffed. Right now head on, where is? Yeah, right now head on is anytime during the late race section, so it doesn't come with that first phase half random. But this is a card where it first comes with head on. KS Miracle Guts is the more notable card that has the gold head on. But maybe you want this as a parent card, right? It's a 10% race bonus card that gives you a higher chance to spark head on, or a guaranteed way to find head on if you finish the chain event. So it could be used as a parent card, as tempo, and you probably won't want feature act. But maybe a parent card, I don't know. I think it's really hard to put in an ace deck just because zero cross training is pretty rough. Though I guess maybe like all you need is one good friendship training in summer to get any use out of it. That's that with Scarlet Power. Is the meta relevancy document anywhere? I haven't finished it, so I didn't put it anywhere. Mainly because I want like this page to be the main thing of it. But it is through my future release document. You go into the style metas. There's like a work in progress spreadsheet. I just haven't shared it because I haven't finished it, so I don't feel comfortable like putting it out there, but I don't mind people looking at it. I need to spend a lot more time on this page. I'm trying to remember like everything that was strong. But you can see like very like small thoughts on the future CMs. Like it's not going to be a CM guide. You're not going to do like stat requirements, but it's like Umas that I remember being strong and the ways those Umas or those positions won. Anyway, that's how with Scarlet Power. I more so see it as a parent card, but maybe you can try to figure out a use for Golden Head on. The last thing of week 2 that will come out will be the second Racing Carnival. This Racing Carnival was when they lowered the amount of carnival points you needed to 100k, but if you were here for the first Racing Carnival, it was already lowered to 100k. But I'm not going to go too into depth for this. But the Umas that you will fight in this Racing Carnival are Winning Ticket, Agnes Tachyon, Fuji Kiseki, Tokai Teo, and Simbali Rudolph. If you do the extreme version, you'll face the festival version of Simbali Rudolph. I have the stat lines below. This is all going to be on the Nakayama 2000 meter, so it'll all be on the Satsuki show. Their stat lines aren't that strong. Like they're 600s for 600 to 700 for the 4 Umas, and then for Simbali, it's around 900s, like a base 900. Her festival version will have like a base 1000. It shouldn't be too hard to beat, but obviously, if you're like newer to the game, it might be a little bit harder. They usually have like, or Simbali Rudolph's festival will have like 1000 in all stats and like 3 to 4 golds. To get the majority of the rewards, you just want 100k carnival points. You average like 1.5k per race if you can win them, which means it takes around like 67 races to obtain all 1000. The event's going to last a week. It gives you carrot jellies, like you can see from the daily missions, which averages around to 120 attempts if you don't cap out on or spend any on team trials. So you should be able to finish this event just off of like the natural generation, the carrot jellies, assuming you can win all of them. You can also buy, so like for all of these, you can buy 10 shards in the carnival shop. You can also unlock 10 shards through racing with them, so you should be able to get 20-ish shards. I think if you were here for the Tokai Teo event, you should be able to unlock Tokai Teo through this, or at least get really close to unlocking Tokai Teo if you were here for the first Legend event. Because I think I'm currently like 27 shards away from her, and you can get like 20 through here. If you weren't here for the first Legend race, it's going to be a little bit harder. What time is this carnival? This is going to be the second week of April. I have it estimated for the 13th. So like the very end of the second week. It was on the 15th. I think this is one of the items that actually shows up for the banner, so I think we'll see it on the schedule. Should be close for Rudolph as well. Yeah, I mean there was a legend race with Rudolph, right? And she's part of the daily legend race, so you might be able to unlock Rudolph and Teo. Obviously Kiseki you should get closer to, but Kiseki doesn't appear on the legend races until the 1.5 Annie, because she was the 6th one. But maybe you can also unlock Kiseki once the next batch of scenario banner or daily legend races come out. So keep that in mind too if you were here for the first iteration of Kiseki's event. She has a pretty decent speed inherit. But that's the daily legend race. I won't like go over too much. You can obviously pause here and read all of this if you weren't here for the first time the daily legend race or the racing carnival was here. But hopefully that's a good enough overview. It shouldn't be that hard if you're like class 5, class 6 level in team trials, or as long as you can beat this Symboli Rudolph on the Satsuki show, like you should be fine. Going into week 3, it's going to be Muteki. She has a rerun banner, so I won't go, or the cards are on a rerun banner, so I won't talk about the rerun banner. Not worth pulling. Muteki is kind of a victim of the anniversary update, or the second anniversary balance patch. She's pretty weak on release. Her unique is pretty simple to fulfill. It gives 0.3 target speed at the 300 meter mark as long as you pass somebody during the final corner. I don't think if you couldn't pass somebody during or after the final corner, like you just have to pass somebody, and if you're 4th or higher, you get the target speed at 300 meters. Obviously, it's not as strong as, you know, Triumphant Pulse, but if you're not passing anybody during or after the final corner, like you aren't gonna win. So if you don't see her unique proccing, you probably already lost. This is also the last 300 meters, so it's not like Triumphant Pulse where it only activates at the 200 meter mark. Like you have to be 4th or higher. There has to be 300 or less remaining distance, and you had to have passed somebody at the final corner or beyond. Like, it should activate if she can win. The issue is that her skills are pretty weak. It's on, honestly isn't that weak. 1.8 seconds of 0.35 target speed. It confirms an overtake. It's honestly pretty good mid-race skill. I forgot to say, Muteki is a pace. On mile tracks, you'll probably put her on pace. On medium tracks, she generally is. Pace or late, honestly. I don't think it really matters. Probably whatever position is stronger on that track. The issue is that her other skill is what is this called? Unyielding? Yeah, unyielding. Unyielding is not that good of a skill. This locks her also kind of to medium because one of her potentials is a medium skill. Unyielding, you need to overtake. If somebody is trying to overtake you on the final corner or later, you'll get target speed and acceleration. the issue is that most medium tracks, like, if the person behind you is faster than you, like, it's pretty uncommon that happens. It's a defending unique essentially. It's not that bad. Like if we go into the medium tracks, like most of the time you can take use of the. Oh, yeah, that's the reason why. Right now we're on the unbuff version where somebody has to have passed you. That's why the skill is really bad. Somebody had to have passed you, so it's like a super defensive skill. Most of the times, if you're getting passed by like a late surger or an end closer behind you, you're already losing. And then there's the issue where the skill doesn't help you catch up to the people in front of you if nobody behind you is passing you. When it's buffed, it's a little bit more copable because you have to be in danger, so it's more of a defending skill. Oh, there's like a higher chance that it activates. Evos make her a lot stronger. It's on gets over double base duration as her evolution, which is a pretty strong evolution. 2.2 seconds onto it's on. The other skill lets you turn it into current speed on overtake, which is really good, especially if the corner is like still kind of during the acceleration zone, since it's current speed. This one matters more on like the 2000 meter, like the Satsuki show, like a 2000 meter medium track. The other version gives you more target speed, which maybe on the derby you would rather have, since the current speed won't help as much. So I'd say she's stronger when her evolutions come out, just because right now unyielding is just such a bad skill with having to be overtaken by the person behind you in order to proc a gold skill. But as a base kit, it's kind of fine. It's just pace late isn't that strong on medium tracks. Lates aren't that bad. Like I guess you have, moving past and beyond, and let's pump some iron. And then like on the derby, you'll have redshift. So like she's a solid A tier medium distance runner. And unfortunately, unyielding is a medium track, and it's also useless until the buffs. The whites aren't that great. Like, you're not using corner acceleration. But Muteki, somewhat of an A tier on medium tracks after the buffs. On release, like, I don't know, you're not taking the pace chaser position from Ogre, and you're just like a base late surger. They're not that weak. That is Muteki. Yeah. Unfortunately, she is just weaker than Ogre, just like the actual horses. The other item in oh, that's why I had that. I was like, why did I have the CM open? The other thing that's gonna happen during week 3, this one's already confirmed for the 23rd, is going to be the Aries Cup. I was wondering why I had this thing open. This is gonna be the Nakayama 2000 meter. I think there's been a decent amount of guides already out, right? I don't know. I've seen a lot of people doom posting about Ogre, so I'm assuming that people have already made guides for it. I just generally don't make CM guides. But it's Ogre Cup. I'm sure there's more information about this CM. Hopefully people have done information about it. The last thing that's going to happen during the Aries Cup is Gold Chip Week. Gold Week is at the end of April, usually. So we should have Gold Chip Week during this. It might be a little bit... It might be at the start of week 4, but it definitely happened before the cheerleader banner. So we should have Gold Chip Week. This is going to be the last time we have Gold Chip Week. After this, it's going to be different variations on the Golden Week. I think the one after this is Garu Week. I think it's Gal Week. I think it's Gal Week. I think that's what it was. And then there's like Gray Week and other stuff. But during this event, we'll have the 5.6k carrots. We get some free pulls, 10 on the Bamboo Memory, which I'll go over in a bit, and then 10 on Enos Fujin, which will creep over to the next month. There's a harder difficulty. There's Gold Chip mode. You can get 1.2 million money. You get 100k per career win, so you have to do it 12 times. After you finish Gold Chip Week, there's technically a Demon Gold Chip mode, which can get you random rewards in the Demon mode. But your Uma will have gatekeeped. It'll disappear at the end, but your Uma will have gatekeeped throughout the career. But randomly, if you win those career races, you get like rewards. It's like some money, some support points, alarm clocks, gold chip pieces, some banners, supporter points. Or I think there's like smaller versions of these two rewards. You can't really train a CM or like a parent on this, but I don't know. This is like more so for people who I guess don't train for the CM. Maybe you want to play the Demon Gold Chip mode and get these rewards. I know this alarm clock is a pretty nice reward. This is also the event that adds the gold chip version of Boxing. So you'll have that to the jukebox. So you'll probably hear that everywhere now. Once this gets added to the jukebox and added into the game. There's the Team Childs Wins campaign, which is just like a higher chance of rewards, I think. Daily race tickets, so we'll have 6 race tickets again. And then there's the Gold Chip Limited Shop, which you can buy 50 Gold Chip pieces and 50 Special Week pieces. That should be everything for the Golden Week. Carrots are nice. It's 20 pulls, some money. This song. But now we'll go into week 3. Or sorry, the last week. The last week is going to be the cheerleader event, and that should be everything left here. I feel like I've talked about King Cheerleader before, but we'll go over it again. All of these, like, all of this information will also just be in the document linked down below. You can just read that, and it'll have, like, my abridged thoughts about everything. King Halo Cheerleader is more of a parent Uma. I don't think she's that strong as an actual runner, mainly because she has Spring. What is this called? Spring Runner. I don't remember the gold Spring Spectacle. Okay. Which kind of locks her to 3 CMs of the year since it has to be during the spring. It's a pretty rough potential to have if it's not a spring track. They also don't run the Takamatsu Miyakinen, the sprint CM in spring that often. So most of the times this is like a pretty rough unique or potential skill. Her unique is for late surgers, though end closers kind of use it better. But end closers kind of use it better. So if you stay in the back of the pack without rushing, so you can't rush during the first half of the race, then on the final straight you will get acceleration. So you have to be 6 or below, and during the first 50% of the race. So I say this is more like an end closer skill because if there's multiple people playing this and you have like 3 end closers with this skill, it's a lot harder as a late surger to stay in that 6th place and below slot. So you'll see end closers run it a lot more. She wants to be run as a late surger because she has Rising Dragon, and obviously she has the Spring Spectacle. Rising Dragon's a little bit inconsistent, but at least it wouldn't trigger before your unique preconditions would be fulfilled. And then her evolved version just gets her an extra second. And then her evolved version here gives her 20 more stats on both sides. But she's more of a parent just because, like, this is already a pretty decent amount of Excel on that final straight. And I think other Umas just have better potentials. And you don't really need that much Excel. Nope, why did my thing drop? But you'll probably see her used for that, for the banner drops before. Actually, it drops before the Derby as well, but it's a unique that's usable on the Tokyo Mile. That's probably what you're going to see. It is not usable for the sprint, so the only CM you'll see it used for this this scenario is going to be this Tokyo Mile. You might see a Taishin with, Transcend Cheer with her Encroaching Shadow, Late Surgers. Maybe instead of gambling on your left, Nimble Nav, or No Stopping Me, maybe you'll see Transcend Cheer. But you'll see it on the 14th CM. But yeah, you will not see it on the 16th, which is why I put the 16th CM as very Pace Chaser focused, because the only skill you have access to on the sprint is Let's Pump Some Iron. But you will see probably Narita Taishin and maybe Inari 1 being high in the tier list for the Tokyo Mile. Though you are fighting against, a Taiki Shuttle with Budding Blossom and Give Mummy a Hug. But at least lets you run on the Tokyo Mile. What's the link in this doc? I need to finish this, but if you go to my future releases and you go to Style Meta, you can see this work in progress page, and you can pick it up through here. I just have this here because sometimes I forget the future CMs. So I have everything up until the first League of Heroes, I think. I might have finished this mile. Kind of. I think there's a couple more Umas that I'm forgetting. But generally, like, this is just like the Umas I remembered when I played on the server being good. So I'm like super deep in my memories when I look at it. So it takes a while to remember it all, but it'll just have all of the tracks, all of the Umas that I remember, the win cons that I remember, and then a total of all the Umas that were from that scenario. You can see here for, Mant, I have Christmas Ogre 4 times, Bourbon, things like that. But I haven't finished the Grandmasters because League of Heroes takes me a little bit longer. League of Heroes, well, I'm just not ready for League of Heroes, so it takes me a while to get through this. But that's King Halo Cheerleader. You'll use her as a parent for one track this CM, which is the 14th one, the Tokyo Mile. Or you can run her here. I won't stop you. I technically this track is during spring, so you'll be able to use Spring Spectacle. This Tokyo Mile's during spring. I don't know if there's gonna be that many unclosers. I feel like there's gonna be more front runner pace chasers on the Tokyo Mile. So it's more likely that you can use it. King Halo is also like a pretty good parent because her aptitudes are pretty good. Her aptitudes are pretty good for parenting because she can run any distance. So you'll get more affinity than people running like Nishino Flower. You thought it was Summer Cancer Cup was? I'm pretty sure it's spring still. It's the 14th one. Look at Cancer. Yeah, Cancer was summer, but when I was looking at it, on Game Tour, it said spring. I think it was spring. I think because we have to go to Cancer for it to be summer, right? And Cancer's the 15th. So the Gemini should be spring. And this is that Tokyo Mayo. We'll loop back to like the last Gemini was the Tenosho spring. So Cancer is not even though it's the same track as Cancer, it's the Gemini Cup. That was the Yasuda Canon, which should be locked to a season. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it was spring on the Japanese server. I don't know what track this is. Left-handed Tokyo. Is that the NHK mile? Yeah. It should be this track. I think, or it could be the Victoria mile. I have no idea. It could be NHK, it could be Victoria. But it's the spring one. I don't think it's the Yasuda Kinen. Should be one of the spring ones. You may just CM13 Tachyon. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm running. I know what I'm running here. I don't know what I'm running for the Derby. Probably like Gold Ship, Christmas Ogre, and then like a fun pick. Maybe I'll run Tachyon or something. I don't know. Actually, Tachyon's probably gonna be my parents. Run Mario again, OG Mario. I did that last time, and then she lost in my gold ship. Okay, let's continue. We're almost done. I want to finish this before the banner releases. The other Uma on this cheerleader banner is Nice Nature Cheerleader. She's like okay. Let me pull up my notes on her. Her unique gives, I mean, she has 10% stam, 10% power, 10% wit, which is pretty good, all things considered. I mean, she just moved 10% power to 10% stam, but no speed growth rate, but hopefully mainly you have speed cards, so it shouldn't be too hard. She's going to be a late surger on medium tracks. Her unique gives her speed on the final straight if you're 4th through 6th. This is pretty hard to achieve. Mainly because like most medium tracks, like I guess on the Derby, it's a little bit better since the final straight is 500 meters long. But a lot of the times, like you need 3 people in front of you at the final straight. It's kind of hard to fulfill. Like if you're running 2 fronts and Nice Nature late, that means 1 opposing Uma needs to be in front of you, which, I mean, it's not impossible to fulfill. You also need to overtake someone on the final corner. So, like, let's use the Derby, for example, since I think that's when she'll come out for the Derby. I don't think she comes out for this one, but you can run her on the Derby. You would have to overtake someone with, like, beyond redshift on this final corner and still be 6th through 4th afterwards, after the final corner on this final straight. So you would need 3 people in front of you, and you need to overtake someone on this corner with most likely like beyond redshift, yada yada. It's pretty rough to fulfill. Most likely you're gonna get the 5-second version of the target speed, of the 0.35 target speed, since you have to be 4th or below in popularity, which then requires you to once again have another strong Uma that is stronger than your nature's popularity. So you can have like 2 of your Umas stronger than your Nice Nature for more popularity, but then you need one of your opponents to also have it in order to craft to be 4th place to get that extra second. So most likely you'll just have the weaker version. Because hopefully you're trying to be top 3 popularity on your Umas to win the CM. Her potential skills are Dominator, which is the last Uma that comes out with Dominator. These are the only 5 Umas that have Dominator, though, you know, most people own Grass Wonder Tachyon, so most people have Double Dom. But this will be the last Uma that comes out with Dominator. She has no stopping me, which obviously is super strong because you don't really want to run Bijin. You don't really want to run Bijin, so having no stopping me in your kit does make you a little bit stronger. Just so you can run a strong card. However, you can't run Nice Nature Wit, which right now is like the second best Wit card for Mant, so it's a plus, but you're still on a downside. She gets at the second anniversary, she'll get a weaker version of the Dominator evolution. There's two versions of the Dominator evolution. There's this one where it's a random final leg target speed increase, so it can misfire since this final leg 2 is any time during this. So if it activates in this first 50%, while you're still accelerating, it's going to do nothing. If it activates during the second 50%, it'll actually do something. But at least it's a speed skill, and you're not stuck with Dominator if you're trying to win with her. And then No Stopping Me just evolves into giving you a white recovery. So she's not that much stronger when it comes out. I do believe Symboli Rudolph is the only one that gets the better version. I don't think Aishin Flash gets it. Oh no. Okay, sorry, my bad. Aishin Flash and Symboli have the stronger version of the Dominator. Nice Nature Cheerleader, Grass Wonder Original, and Tachyon Original get the current speed version. Or sorry, the target speed version, which is weaker. Current speed's a lot stronger since it can never misfire, since it will, if it activates while you're still accelerating, it's just acceleration instead. I think Symboli also got a long version, right? Yeah, she got a long version, which is overtake current speed and acceleration. They love Symboli. But this is the 5th anniversary evolution, but our second anniversary one's still pretty good. No Dominator card. It would be a problem if Dominator was on a card, because then everyone would run Dominator double, like Mystifying Mirror, All-Seeing Eyes. It's a good thing that Dominator's not printed on a card. I don't think people really want to play against Dominator, All-Seeing Eyes, Mystifying Murmur, Watchful Eye, Quad debuff with Gold Chip, unique debuffers. Yeah, it's really bad for the game if this was put on a card. Same thing with Mystifying Murmur, same thing with All-Seeing Eyes. It's really bad for the game if it was printed on cards. She also gets evolved. Professor of Curvature. Yeah, I mean the Professor of Curvature evolution is pretty good. 1.6 duration increase. Yeah. But that's also because her festival version is really weak. So obviously it would be good if other Umas got buffed this well. Yeah, there is no new debuffer card. Watchful Eye is like the main debuffer card. And most people don't use Stam Siphon, but Watchful Eye is the medium card that a lot of people use because they gold ship it. But yes, the only card that survives from now until the current state of JP is gold chip, or not gold chip, where is she? Is Gold City. Gold City is the only card that is currently used in like JP meta. That's because she's the only card that gives you Watchful Eye, or Keenan, whatever this is called. Not Watchful Eye, Keen-Eye. Yeah, Keen-Eye. This is the only card you'll see in like sweat decks, because people will run this on a Dominator and give them gold ship unique. Is Keen-Eye really that good? Double Dom is good. It's not that Keen-Eye is good, it's that Double Dom is really strong. Or Quad Dominators is really strong. I mean, every time there's a medium track, like, there will always be people complaining about people running Dominator Keen-Eye. Because debuffers are cringe. But, like, if you get hit by a Keen-Eye and a Dominator, it's really hard. When do they start banning debuffers? Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. I have it here. The first instance of banning is the first medium track on Designer Island. Then there's a mile track during Hot Springs, and I think there's one during, yeah, the Derby. The Derby again in Beyond Dreams. They will ban it. Oh, also for the long track. The main thing you want to abandon is medium tracks, because you don't want to get keen-eyed dominated. Double Dom Ogre is like the first thing that sucks, but now imagine if your Double Dom Ogres also had Keen Eye. Like, it's pretty, I don't know. Double Dom is definitely not fun to watch. You're just watching three of the strongest Umas run the track. Solo Ace Quad Dom. Yeah, every medium track you'll probably see people run Solo Ace Quad Dom. Like, it is meta for a reason. You grab Keen Eye. The only two gold skills you have on your Uma is Keen Eye Dominator. And then you inherit Gold Ship. Because Gold Ship will, after the 50% mark, it will activate one random gold skill. So if your only skill is Dominator and Keen Eye, if your only skill is Dominator and Keen Eye, you are like, it's not going to be guaranteed quad current speed decrease. But it's more effective than just Dominator. The only reason why I say that it's not going to be guaranteed double debuff is because I actually got rid of Gold Ship. Gold Ship triggers any time after the 50% mark. So if Gold Ship hits Dominator, then you have no way of activating Keen Eye. Because you can't trigger the same skill twice in a row. But if it hits Keen Eye, or if you trigger Dominator before Gold Ship unique, and then you trigger Gold Ship unique, it'll hit Keen Eye. But most double debuffers will run this. Like, there's a chance you only hit Dominator, because like you could accidentally hit Dominator when this can trigger. But if you activate Dominator and then you activate this skill, the only viable target is Keen Eye. So that's the double dom. So the only way that this misfires is if anytime between when this can activate, which is 50%, to the late race when Dominator can activate during its phase random 2. If this triggers Dominator, then you lose out on Keen Eye. But otherwise, it's pretty effective. Like, it's realistically the only thing that you want to do if you're running quad Dominators. But you'll definitely see that meta come up once we get to Gold Ship Summer at the end of this CM. And there's a decent bit of scenarios where you can run Ogre or double doms. Like this dirt track, you'll probably see double doms. We run into the Kyoto track here, which has a good determined descent. But you'll probably see quad dominators here, like maybe fine motion, determined descent, quad dominators, Ogre Cataclysmus quad dominators. Any medium track, like there will always be a chance for quad dominators. It's a little bit weaker on miles to hit Watchful Eye into Dominator, but maybe sometimes you'll see them on miles. Debuffers will be a lot stronger once Gold Ship Summer comes out. Anyways, that is Nice Nature and King Halo. Our cards are going to be Seeking the Pearl Speed and Bamboo Memory Guts. These cards aren't that bad per se. Seeking the Pearl has 30% friendship bonus. Unfortunately, it only has 5% race bonus. The unique effect is that it gives training bonus when your max energy is above 100. 1% for each max energy, up to 20%. So if you're at 110 max energy, it's 10 TE. If you're at 120 max energy, you're at 20 TE. Realistically, this is only a Mant card, but it's a Mant card that only has that 5% race bonus, and like, you know, Narita Top Road gets it through fans. What's Baiko Pegasus gives it like without any drawbacks. But the card itself isn't that bad. It's like 65 specialty priority, 30% friendship bonus. In Mant, it's not that hard to hit 120 max energy. It's just outside of Mant, it's a lot harder. She gives you Dauntless, which is a weird like gambling hybrid skill for lates. It's 4th to 7th. I don't think it's 3rd to 7th right now. I think Featherless is not in the game. I think it's 4th through 7th. It might be 3rd to 7th. But it's any time after the 50% mark. It gives you target speed and a little bit of acceleration. It's a weird gambling skill. I don't think it's that good. But that is Seeking the Pearl. But I like, it's fine. It's just like you won't really use it outside of Mant because it's really hard to activate the unique effect. But it's as a speed card, it's not that weak. It's just 5% race bonus, a unique that only works in Mant, or is weaker outside of Mant. Makes it a little bit iffy. The skill point bonus and speed bonus is kind of nice. But Dauntless is just, I think, an awkward skill to have. Any of the Seeking the Pearl cards will have this random event for Umastan. Bamboo Memory, Guts, I actually do like as a card. It is also another one of those like Mant only cards. You're not gonna really run Bamboo Memory outside of Mant, but it's a pretty good borrow. Like I think I borrowed it on the JP servers. It's a pretty strong training stat stick. It's 10% TE, 10% race bonus, 1 speed, 1 guts bonus, 20% friendship bonus. The unique effect scales with the lower energy you have. It maxes out at 15% at 30 energy. You mostly abuse it with the talismans. So she can have 35% friendship bonus if you're using a talisman training. Like, it's pretty much a Mant only thing. Like, I don't think you're going to try to train on 30 energy on any scenario outside of Mant. But, like, this is a very strong skill, or sorry, unique effect specifically for Mant, because it wants you to use the talisman. The skill isn't that bad. I don't know why I'm on the JP version. Full of Vigor is a mile skill that for backliners, it gives you target speed. It's basically Speed Star for backliners, but only on mile tracks. I think it's like a decent, I mean, it's a decent mile borrow. I think on miles, like, you want to run a Guts deck on the Tokyo miles, especially. This card will come out for the Tokyo mile. And I definitely think you would want this on like a backliner for a Guts deck. Because this is a 500-meter straight. Like, you definitely want to run a Guts deck here. So Bamboo Memory is a pretty good borrow for those backliners. Obviously, if you need to borrow Nice Nature Wit, it's a little bit more awkward. But this card can also, you know, not give you the skill. But it's a pretty strong Guts card. It's third. It maxes out at 30. So it's 15% friendship bonus at 30 energy. That's how it was data mined. So you can't get it more at 0 energy. So she can have 35% if you're at 30 energy or lower. But it's a decent borrow for mile tracks. I guess the sprint as well if you don't care about the gold skill. Yeah, it looks like I was wrong. So my bad. My bad. It was indeed an hour later. But that's why we're doing the banner reviews now instead of all the way until later, because there's no way I could keep streaming for that long. But yeah, let me restart the timer to include another 55 minutes. But we're almost done. We have one more card, the event card, to go over. And then I'll just be answering questions, I guess. I'll just be answering questions until the banner comes up, just to make sure that I was correct. So the Transcend cheerleading squad event will also happen, since this is a alternate outfit event. It's going to be King Halo and Nice Nature as the main characters. Kawakami Princess is here. She's the event card. And then, obviously, Seeking the Pearl and Bamboo Memory are the other cast members. Cast members? Uma's in the event. And you'll still get the same amount of textbook hints through here, which is that... what was it? 1, 2, 6, 10? Is that the numbers? Kawakami Princess is a power card. She has 5% race bonus, I believe. Pretty strong friendship training, but it is a power card, which is kind of awkward. Just 2 power bonus, 35% friendship bonus, 65 specialty priority, and 0 cross training. So it's kind of hard to fit into decks. I don't think you're really realistically running power cards. It's more likely that you're running guts cards in like scenarios that you can run a power card. Unless you're running it for the skill, but the skill is unyielding, which is you have to be passed by somebody on the final quarter on a medium track in order to get the effect. But she does guarantee give it. Every event takes energy from you. You lose 5 energy for 10 power, then you lose 10 energy for 20 power, then you lose 15 energy for 30 power. But that is the event card. I don't think people are realistically going to run it. I don't even know if a free-to-play would run this. But every event will scale and sap 30 energy. You get 60 power, but it's all that for a unyielding, which is pretty weak. I don't even know why I have this smile. But that is the end of the banner reviews. I'm pretty sure that's everything that's going to come out for the banner. That was an hour and 20 minutes long. I gotta cut a lot of it. No Enos, Mr. CB. I don't think they're gonna release... I'll go over it if it does show up on the banner review. But generally, there's been 4 banners every month. I think it's pretty unlikely that they squeeze in 5. I mean, I guess December they squeezed in 5. But I think it's pretty unlikely that Enos Fujin gets put into it. If anything, I think the acceleration is going to slow down. So I don't think Enos Fujin and Mr. CB is going to make it into April. I think it's going to be the first one of May. But I'll go over it if the schedule drops and it shows up, since I mean you can just read my thoughts on the on the Uma and the banner through the doc. But I'll do like a full deep dive if it does come out. Well, now I gotta kill another 52 minutes since I was wrong about the banner dropping. Okay, let me try to figure out what I want to bring. I'm Anime McQueen? Oh, these Mile Fs are so hard to do. Have I done my CM? Yeah. Earlier this stream, we watched our CM. But yeah, I can answer any questions now. We ended up with 95% win rate. I lost 2 matches yesterday. Is New Year's Maru any good? Uh, not that strong. I think she she just releases like in a time where frontrunners kind of die. But we can go over her kit real quick. She has a current speed increase. She's a mile runner. I think she can be used on dirt. She's obviously, yeah, she's used for League of Heroes. You can bring Marzinski to League of Heroes, but she's mainly for dirt miles, like in terms of CMs or just in terms of like PvP in general. You know, bringing her on miles, I think her kit mostly fits dirt mile, since that's where frontrunners are the strongest. She has a current speed increase, which is pretty strong. All these trigger conditions basically mean that in the first half of the mid race, if you are in the front and somebody is trying to overtake you, or you are trying to overtake somebody, you'll get the current speed increase. It doesn't matter too much because there's always going to be a mid race skill, because it can only trigger during the first half of the mid race. But it's a third place or higher, and on miles it's a lot stronger. It's a little bit better, I guess, because you don't have to accelerate to the new speed, but you're not going to use this for speed carryover. Or, like, you're not going to be able to or, like, use this as acceleration. But you want to bring her to miles because it's 0.45 on miles and 0.25 outside of miles. Like, this is a really big buff on miles, which is why I say that she's a mile runner. She has Big Sisterly, which isn't on any cards, so it's pretty good to run. And then she has Preeminent, which only just came out on a card on the JP servers, which is another skill that's really hard to obtain. So she gets the 50%, or after the 50% mark, if somebody's trying to overtake you, you defend your position. And this can happen on like the final straight as well. The only time you don't want this to trigger is like while you're accelerating, but if you're in first place and you're not, like, the only times that you wouldn't be an overtake target is if you were in first place. And if you're in first place, you probably hit, you know, angling and scheming. So it's pretty uncommon for this to misfire. It'll either trigger in the final straight because like the pace chaser's trying to overtake you, or it'll trigger during the mid race. Her evolutions just give her bigger numbers. I think Big Sisterly becomes a current speed, which is pretty strong. And then her other skill also becomes current speed. So now it doesn't matter if you are being overtaken during the acceleration part, because it can be used as acceleration instead. But she's a miler. She's not that weak during her release. Like, I would say frontrunners like fully die when Daring Tack released, because it was really hard to beat Gran Algeria. I guess when Gran Algeria releases, it's really hard to beat Gran Algeria as a frontrunner. So she has like some use. You can use her in the League of Hero miles, but she just releases so late that, like, for miles specifically, Gran Algeria probably beats you. Who else is a good miler? I honestly don't really remember the meta around here. Oh, that's why, because I quit around here. I quit around here, so I can't like fully tell you the meta, but Marzinski releases in a pretty bad time. I quit when like Orfevre and Gran Algeria released, but fronts aren't that strong during the Twinkle Legends onwards. Is Helios ran more as a front or a pace? Currently she's being ran as a pace, but she was ran as a front when she was released, and she's ran as a front during League of Heroes. But yeah. Is New Year's Mr. CB or Ace good? I think I saw Mr. CB use. Katsuguri Ace, not really. Katsuguri Ace wasn't used that often. She's a medium track Great Escaper. I mean, she's not that weak. This is a pretty strong evolution. 3 point, or it's third or better during the final corner and beyond. You get acceleration and current speed. But I think this is like meant for a specific track. I think this is a derby track. Yeah. You could use Ace on the derby. She's a runaway on the derby. Because I think the derby is the only time you can fulfill these conditions. But it's pretty strong. It's encroaching shadow and another 0.35 current speed. And then she gets more current speed during the third corner, but it only works on the derby. All the other medium tracks, the final corner is too late. But I don't even remember if she was that strong as a runaway on the derby. But this evolution like only works on the derby. But you want to use her as a runaway because she gets a 7.5 recovery during with her unique. I guess you can run her as a base runner for the 8-second target speed. But both versions of Ace only work on the derby. Both of them really want you to be ran on the derby. Mr. CB is a end closer for long tracks, which isn't that weak. Step Up Me Old gives you, it's a first quarter random for 0.5 acceleration, assuming you're fourth or lower, which should happen, and then Seamless is a current speed on the third corner. The issue with Mr. CB New Year's, where does she release? Is it it's the New Year's of Marzensky, right? The issue with Mr. CB New Year's was that Orfevre released 2 months afterwards, and completely took her niche. But technically on 3,000 meters to 3,200 meters, her special scaling on Radiant Stride would always hit until the start of the final leg. It's like Medjo Bright's Summer McQueen will also have this type of unique, where anytime after the 50% mark, you would carry over to the final leg, and then you'd be able to hit Step Up Me Hold, and I assume you would get Encroaching Shadow from Narita Taishinwit. It's just her niche got stolen by Orfevre 2 months later, so you won't see that many people run it or talk about her. Do I think JP will ever get a new El Condor Pasa alt? She's the only original roster Uma that hasn't gotten a third skin. It's possible. I mean, she's not the only original cast. Symbolic Rudolph doesn't have a third alt. Right? Symbolic Rudolph doesn't have one. Right now, she only has that festival skin. Who else doesn't have a third one? I guess Opera wasn't a part of the starting squad. Wait, was Bourbon part of the starting squad? No, Bourbon was not a part of the starting squad. But it's possible. Like, Reischauer has one, I think. Yeah, just Great Food Festival. But Rudolph doesn't have one, and does Vodka have one? Vodka doesn't have one. Her first one's the Christmas one. Yeah, Dai was. But it's possible. I mean, I don't know. Usually they will release a new Uma and then they'll do the event afterwards. So the one after Ballroom will always be Cheerleader, I believe. Is it always Cheerleader? Oh, it's like a sports festival cheerleader, kind of. I don't know. They did Warfare last year, or the year before. And then they did parade. Okay, maybe it's not always festival or like cheerleading. But we have to we're going to get a new Uma first. It's always alternates between. So we'll get a new Uma and then we'll get the new event. But I mean, I don't think anytime soon. Like I think technically Symboli would probably be the first one that gets a new one before anyone else. Because Symboli has like the least amount or the oldest. Since I do believe I guess actually no, Pasa is older. Maybe Pasa is first. Okay, I'm sorry if I skipped your questions since I was yapping about this. Was it? How does Metro Arden's alt compare? Metro Arden. I do not remember her ballroom. I do not remember this being good. Ah, that's why. She got a recovery evolution. Yeah, I don't think ballroom's that much stronger. It's a medium track. She's pace medium. Alright, done. I mean, there isn't like really another pace chaser that's that much stronger than her. I guess maybe... Does Agnes Tachyon alt release? No, that's later. I guess it's slightly stronger. Metro Arden just doesn't really have a strong kit, unfortunately. But it's like so that it's pretty equal to her original version. I guess you can tank a 3% the later we go on. So it's better that this is a 0.5 target speed increase. It should be a little bit easier to tank a 3% stam drain. It is not good inherited, since the current speed is significantly worse. But on her, I guess like because of the unique, it's a little bit better. But it would be only on medium tracks. Is Summer's gold ship's unique kind of broken? It is disabled when debuffs are banned. When debuffs are banned, you cannot run Summer gold ship. So, or you can't run the inherit version. So it's busted because there's some rough situations that you can be a part of in medium tracks. What will be my pull plan this year? I'm gonna pull on the next banner. I'm gonna pull on is Nishino Flower, since I'll most likely be playing pace chasers on mile tracks. I'm gonna be pulling for Nishino Flower. I'm gonna pull 200 on Mr. CB. So it's 200 here, 200 here, and then 400 at Light Hello and Agnes Tachyon. I'm trying to see if I can pull Kupani Ricky. I think I can if I don't have to pull 200 on Nishino Flower. But I'd like Ricky because I want to play Pace Ricky. Since I think a lot of people are going to play Front Ricky, I want to try to play Pace Ricky. I'm going to skip Gold Chip Summer. Maybe I'll pull La Arc Gold Chip, but base Gold Chip I think is a better runner than Summer Gold Chip. I've got a few things on the schedule like Spark Rerolls, Auto Career, and Evos. Yeah, my bad. My bad. You're right. How could I forget about that? When they reveal new Umas now, do they still do older stuff, or do they lean towards more newer horses? It's usually like one older, one newer when they do it. Like Halloween's Akebono, Marvelous Sunday. And the summer one, technically, I think Vivlios is the oldest. But usually they'll do like one old, one new. Enos Fuji or Gold City. Actually, Gold City and Enos Fuji are both kind of old. But it's not always going to be newer Umas. Like Huston Machan got a new on the last Valentine's one. I mean, Taiki, you see Taiki Shuttle in the Valentine's one here, Bakshin here. So it's kind of like old new, generally. Oops. Is Festival Teo good? I don't remember seeing Festival Teo. Isn't this a Derby? I think this is Derby Arima Keenan only. It's Derby Arima Keenan only, and I mean, it's not that bad. I think it's just super niche now. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Stam drain. Target speed increase. I mean, it looks fine for the Arima Keenan and the Derby. But I don't remember it. Festival Teo's an unreleased character? Oh, I think it released in... I don't think so. It should release with Medra McQueen Wit. It's just like another one of the super niche Umas. I don't think it's unreleased. It should be the McQueen Wit banner. But I don't recall seeing many of them. But it should be with Kawakami Princess. Let me go. Events, story events, 23. Where's the festival? Is it this one? Like, it should be this event with Princess and Tokai Teo. I feel like I remember doing this event. And this is with the where's the card? The Haru card? The Festival Haru card? But it should be this event. It's just, I mean, she can only be ran on the Derby and the Arima Keenan. But I don't think she's that weak. Like, pays are pretty strong by then. Arima Keenan, you have TM Opera O. Derby, I mean, you have Check, I think? I think Check works on the Derby. In 20 years, we'll have a super specialized Zuma for every G1, G2. Yeah, or you can just print Orfevre, and every single 2,000 meter above, you'll see us one Uma. Is there an upcoming free event card? I mean, the next one that I can remember is this Wings of Iron card. Comes out with... Is this Biwa? The Steampunk, I think, has Biwa. Yeah. Which is like a decent free-to-play card. I think like most free-to-play cards are like too weak now. But this card is like usually somewhat decent if like you don't have Super Creek. But this is probably the next like somewhat strong free-to-play card is during the Steampunk event. I don't recall any of these cards being good. These ones. Red coloring that tab reminds you of the missing Wikipedia. Yeah, the red coloring is like a useful card. Maybe it's not a good one. But all the ones that are red colored, I remember being somewhat useful. I haven't looked at the newer ones. But I think like generally a Gacha will always be better than the Welfare. What was here? Helios Wit? Yeah, like Helios Wit isn't that bad of a card. I think this is 75 specialty priority, and it gives you a sprint card. The sprint skill is pretty much useless, but it's 75 specialty priority wit card with a wit bonus. Like decent stats. I think this one also had a decent one. Fine motion speed. Was this one decent? I guess he gave you calm and composed. Kind of like how a lot of people are using Sunday and Jordan. They just don't become that much stronger. Like, the only one is Biwa if you don't own Super Creek. Like, I think you can run Biwa for VIP pass, since that's the only time you will run a stamp card for a recovery. Like, I think this Biwa is decent to replace as a free-to-play. I don't think anything else that like isn't highlighted was worth it. I mean, I guess I didn't really consider Tosin Jordan as a good card, but I think B was probably the next pick. Like, I don't think you're running Air Shakur Speed, Kawakami Princess Power. After school stroll for the Hanshin 1600 meter. For speed carryover on an end closer with like what, lightning speed? I mean, maybe. I think you can try to do it. What is it? End. We'll have corner recovery, 777s, and full stroll. This is not the Hanshin. Hanshin 1600. I mean, you get a little bit of carryover, and then you want to like lightning speed. I don't think lightning speed's here. I mean, it's speed carryover, and then you're actually you can't use lightning speed on the Hanshin. Why do I have lightning speed here? Oh no, you can use lightning speed. You can't use Transcend Cheer or whatever. I don't know how to spell lightning speed and skills. Lightning speed. Like. I didn't save it. 777s. Okay, hold on, give me a second. After whatever, I'll take the gold. Huh? Is that not it? Did I copy it wrong? So what, festival into lightning speed? I mean, I guess. It's probably pretty unlikely that you'll get an instant lightning speed. It'll probably be closer to like halfway through, like over here. But I don't think it's gonna be that strong. I think pace chasers will generally be a little bit stronger. I wouldn't try to bring Christmas Ogre. I don't think lightning speed's gonna be that great of a skill. Lightning speed kind of needs to combo off of another Excel. And I mean, I guess you get a little bit here, so like maybe you can hit it into lightning speed. But it's a pretty big pipe dream to do festival and closer into lightning speed overtake. Do I watch current JRA races? Sometimes. Sometimes I'll watch it, but I don't follow it too closely anymore. I like seeing the winners, but I don't watch the races as often. We got 25 more minutes. Oh, I gotta get my legend race before I forget. I think today's the last day, right? Let's just put in gold chip. When is the next completed gold rainbow crystal?
ここは負けられない
I can pull up the schedule again. So this event will give you another 2, right? No, it's 3. You get 3 from this event. Racing Carnival will give you another 2, so that's 5. And then this event will give you another 2. So we'll get 7 through here. How many fragments do we have? We'll get 7 next month. How many do we have? Crystal Shard Exchange. 30? What did I say? 7? 6? No, wait, we get 8 this month. Wait, yeah, we'll get 8 this month. Right. At 35. After the Racing Carnival, you'll finish Gold Shards. Next month, the month after, in May, you'll get the next Rainbow Crystal Shard. There's 8. I guess it's better if I just write it here. How do I do this? 8 SSR crystals. 8 SSR. Yeah. There's 3 here. Yeah, 3 week 1, 2 week 2, and then 3 week 4. I'll fill out May like probably tomorrow. Or I think I'm gonna upload the video before I fill out the May speculation. But you'll probably see that at least by the end of today. Are gold shards ever useful after Mant decks? Sometimes you see Symboli Rudolph Stam. I think it's the only other SR. So let me look. Pasa's speed is good if you don't own a second speed card. This power creeps, this releases when Throne releases. It's better than Sweep Tosho and Windy. So if you're still using Sweep Tosho or Windy, you might use Pasa's speed as your speed card instead. Symboli Rudolph Stam, I've seen sometimes as parent. Because you can get right turn from her event, and she has 2 hint bonus, 40% hit rate up. Though unfortunately she has the randoms, but she gives you the long distance traits and distances. But generally no, like, I don't think. Most of the time, like, especially, well, like, currently on the JP server, like, there's the borrow decks, so like most people should just have base SRs. But I think I've sometimes see Symboli Rudolph for the guaranteed right-handed. Since generally cards don't have this. I guess Xeno Rob Roy gives you both versions, if you own a copy of that. Because she gives you both versions of that second event. But as an SR card, this is like the only way to get the guaranteed right-handed, I believe. I guess, did Fuku have it? Oh right, Fuku, I forgot, Fuku sapped energy from you. Usually I see Symboli for guaranteed right-handed.
このゴールドシップ様を呼んだか？
But yeah, usually you don't see the SR cards used after this. I mean, as soon as you're able to build a deck, you won't use the SR cards. As soon as your deck is filled with SSRs.
面白い。このゴールドシップ様を呼んだか？
注目の一番。
面白い。もっと
Wait, how many cross runs have I done? Let me see. Event trainer notes. 32 cross runs. I've done 32 cross runs and I've probably glued like 15 of them. Probably more than 15. I tried so hard on this cross. I don't think I'm running cross ever again. Unless I somehow get her festival version, I don't think I'm ever running cross again. I'm gonna run a different late surger once Lose Yourself comes out. Like, I'm running a special week for the Arima Keenan, and then I'm running Narita Bryan for the Tenosho Spring. Like, I'm not running cross again. 24-hour total runs. Yeah, all these runs were in Mant. I never touched cross before Mant released. Is Tama still strong after Mant? I think she could be used for the next Arima Keenan in Grand Concert. She's just no longer an end closer. Or not or Grandmasters. It's better. She's better on the Tenosho Spring for the carryover here. But she'll be probably used here for Lose Yourself. But you can also use her on the Arima Keenan. She's stronger on longer tracks because White Lightning can trigger on this straight. Or the straight before. I guess it's kind of hard for the next two scenarios to use Tamama Cross since she doesn't have a recovery skill. So the 2% loss while running a stam card is a little hard. Because I think this has to be from Symbolic Recess here as well. For Pace Long, does Brian Speed eventually replace Opera? When does Brian Speed release? I don't remember people even running Pace Chasers on long tracks. Not really. Yeah, I don't think so. I think you'd still rather run Opera. If you were to run Pace Chaser. But I don't think Narita Bryan power creeps it. It's a little too weak. Compared to like Still in Love and I guess the Wit card kind of gets taken over by Medjuro McQueen Wit. I think if you own Medjuro McQueen Wit, I can see you borrowing Narita Bryan Speed. I should probably highlight this. So yes, if you had the cards for it. It would replace it. I'm trying to figure out what type of blue I used. I think if you have Medjuro McQueen Wit, You would rather run Measure of McQueen Wit and run Narita Bryan Speed. But if you don't have a Wit card, you would rather run TM Opera O and run Still in Love, like whatever your other speed card is. But I think you can only run Narita Bryan Speed if you owned Measure of McQueen Wit. Did I just delete that? Okay, never mind. So if you're really into Pace Chasers and you pulled on Measure of McQueen Wit, which is kind of awkward to pull on since it's between Pasa and Orfevre, I think you can kind of get enough to pull for it. Then your borrow slot would be on Narita Bryan and you'd run like Still in Love as your double speed. Wait, Narita Bryan releases 9/29/24. 9/29/24. I guess there's an Arima Keenan here. And then the Tenno Spring. Once S-Maru speed falls off meta, how do people get Top Runner? I mean, it's a good skill, but it's not that good. Yeah, like... I mean, the other skills aren't that bad. Like, you're most likely replacing it with Still in Love? Right. I guess Still in Love is only... maybe you're not replacing it Still in Love. Let me figure out what... Okay, so you'll have Mars... If you're a front runner, you'll have Marozensky, Mihono Bourbon, like Kitasen Black, and then you'll replace Kitasen Black with El Condor Pasa. And then the next upgrade to Marozensky is probably Smart Falcon Speed. For taking the lead. I don't know, you're kind of just like not strong as a front runner anymore. But technically Daiwa Scarlet gives it to you. Like you can pull, like I wouldn't recommend pulling on Smart Falcon Speed because fronts are so weak, but Smart Falcon Speed will replace it, and that gives you gold taking the lead. It's just awkward because you need to pull for Daiwa Scarlet and Air Shakur. But Daiwa Scarlet gives you... your best Wit card is Daiwa Scarlet Wit, who gives you Top Runner. So I think like with the speed upgrade, either most likely at Smart Falcon, you're going to be running Pasa... You're going to be running Pasa Marozensky. I don't think you're upgrading Marozensky to Duramente. So I think you're stuck with Marozensky until Smart Falcon. And then a little bit later you'll get Top Runner back, Daiwa Scarlet. You want Tacky Speed and S-Maru Speed for fronts in Grand Live? You could. I think if you have like Marozensky, I guess it depends on your it depends on your like speed growth rate. If Kita Maru could solo carry you to 1600, because you would rather have Professor of Curvature and Top Runner as a front runner, and not, you know, not Unstoppable. But I think if you're running a front runner that... Don't all front runners have speed bonus? I guess if you're struggling with the speed, yeah, you can run Tacky. The SP bonus, though, it adds up to, like, what? I mean, I guess if your parents are good enough where you're able to spend all that SP, yeah. Base Seiyun is Stamwit? Okay. Because the issue with like Marzensky Kitasen is I think if you don't have a speed bonus, it's gonna be really hard to hit 1600. How much is 5% race bonus? Races usually give you like 1.2k SP. I think it almost evens out. I think technically yes, 2 SP bonus is better. But I think it's better to run a card for the skill than put the skill points into whites. Unless you are somehow able to use, unless like you somehow are able to use every single last bit of your SP, then technically the SP bonus is better. But I think generally you might want to run Kitasen for the power bonus and the skill. Because I think Tachyon Maru is too strong. I guess then if you're running Tachyon Kita, it's also pretty strong. But like most of the time you're running only speed wit, so it should be. I don't think it's impossible to hit it off with just Maru Kita. I think you'd rather run skill cards. But I think it's either or. If you're pulling on both of them, it's up to you. I don't know if Tachyon's necessary to hit the 1600. Is Tachyon unusable at Limit Break 0, or would she need Limit Break 3? I think she's way too weak at Limit Break 0. Like, you really want that SP bonus. Limit, like, she kind of really wants Limit Break 4, or Max Limit Break. The last one locks the last SP bonus. But I guess you can use that at level 45. But I would say that you would not want to use it at 0 Limit Break. I think any other card is better. I think any other card is better than Tachyon at 0 Limit Break. I think at level 45 you can run her. What about Light Hello? You have to run a version of Light Hello, but you can run a Limit Break 0 version of her. Ideally, you get it to level 40 if you're pulling on that banner. But 0 Limit Break is fine. She has a lot of strength in her unique effect, which is if she shows up on speed, since you're most likely just training speed wit, she'll give you a 30% energy discount on top of her initial 5%. Though I think level 40, like level 45, or sorry, level 35 and level 40 each hide 5% training effectiveness, which is helpful. You get like 30 speed, I think, for the last two, so the last two limit breaks are pretty weak. Like ideally you get it to level 40, but you can run a level 0 version of it. I would try to get the SR version over the rare version. Like, yes, the rare version is, you know, pretty decent, but the unique effect is pretty strong, and she also gives you Playtime's Over gold version, which is pretty strong. It's a 0.35 target speed for 3 seconds, and the rare version only gives you the white version of it, the Playtime's Over. You actually didn't have an R version. Every PAL car has a rare version. I think Light Hello is like the last time you can really get away with running the rare version, because like the unique effect is good, but it's not that busted. Like 30 energy discount, you can only use it on speed training. There's like a less than 1 in 5 chance that she shows up on speed, and it gives you the 30% discount on speed, which isn't that great. So you can technically run the rare version. Like gold Playtime's Over is good. I'll see you later, but it's not like that important. I would not do it for... the group cards don't have rare versions. So for Grandmasters, you can't get a rare version. For Twinkle Legends, you can't get a rare version. For May, which is Project L'Arc, you really want her unique effect. This allows you to like do the wacky guts build because she can, when her bond gauge is at 60 or higher, she duplicates herself. So I really want to run the rare version of May. May really wants to be ran as like a as the SR version. So I think you can run a Limit Break 1 version of her. May's biggest increase is Limit Break 1. She gets 1 SP bonus. I think everything else is just like slight numbers. I think Ryoka I think gives you, I don't remember what the numbers are, but Ryoka gives you specialty priority on all your cards. But like the unique effects get a lot stronger after Light Hello. This Light Hello is not that strong. My main thing about Light Hello is that like gold playtime's over is kind of a good skill to have. I don't think the unique effect matters all that much. Speaking of Grandmasters, do you only need 1 copy or do they need Max Limit Break? Max Limit Break is stronger. You get 1 more stand bonus, the TE, and a little bit of friendship. But it's not that much stronger that like I would hold a pity on it. Past 1. I think the biggest strength is Limit Break 1 where it gets that stand bonus. But it's like sequential. Like every increase of it is slightly stronger than the last. But you have to run this card. Like you have to run this card in your deck. But every copy of it you get, it's slightly stronger. Either borrow it or pull a single copy, or try to pull, or have enough to pull on the banner. You have to run a copy of this. Well, you'll know for sure at Grand Live. Like you'll definitely feel it. But playing without the scenario card and not being able to mitigate the RNG of the scenario through the scenario card feels really bad. Yeah, this is a card that's like, I don't know. I don't feel comfortable saying that you should pull on. It's mandatory to run, but I don't... There's 4 CMs and 2 League of Heroes. It's just like, you kind of have to look at the scenario and think about the borrows, I guess. I don't know, it's only 4 months, like... $200 pulls is kind of rough. Generally, I say pull on the banners. It's just like we got 10 pulls here. I think we got 10 pulls on this banner. I think I borrowed it when I played because I pulled for Meijiro Ramono. I pulled for Meijiro Ramono and I did not have any carrots for ancestors and guides, so I had to borrow it. It did not feel good borrowing it, especially for that first League of Heroes. Because like I couldn't borrow Bourbon Wit, play fronts. I think I played triple pace on the first League of Heroes. I played Tokai Teo. I don't remember my other 2. I think Ogre and like some other pace chaser. But like there was no point in playing a front runner because I couldn't borrow Bourbon Wit because I had to borrow ancestors and guides. I had a pretty miserable time, but I think it's fine. I mean, if you don't play fronts or you don't care about League of Heroes, it should be fine. Like if you're pulling on this banner, you can probably get away with it. I think it's really nice to have it. Keep in mind if you're like for the Arima Keenan, if you wanted to play Opera, you can't. You need a borrow slot for Opera. I think that's it. I think it's just Opera and front runners with Mihono Bourbon Wit. Unless you're a front runner and you want to do Aston Machan for concentration and Bourbon for unshakable stance. But I think you don't really need to do that. I think that was the main thing was Opera. Well, actually no, I don't think there is a long with Opera. Okay, let me start. Okay, no, there's a track that Opera works on. Because I think Opera releases after the CM. Okay, no, I think it's just front runners trying to borrow Mihono Bourbon. And late surgers that want to borrow Symbolic Princess. I think are the only two. Grandmaster's long. 413. I don't think you could. Yeah, you can't use Opera on that long track. So it was just late surgers that want to play the Tenno Show with Lose Yourself. And then like KS Miracle Borrow, I guess. And then front runners, if you don't have Mihono Bourbon Wit, it's impossible to play League of Heroes. If you want to play fronts for League of Heroes. The CM slowed down with League of Heroes. Yeah, it just... every month there's a CM. It's just like League of Heroes just replaced it. When it first got introduced, it was it was League of Heroes into CM, League of Heroes into CM. Starting with Mecha, it was League of Heroes, 2 CMs, League of Heroes. So some scenarios there's 3 CMs and 1 League of Heroes. Some scenarios there's 2 League of Heroes and 2 CMs. So it would like flip-flop between that. The schedule is out? Okay. My bad for that I said that it was last... Oh, Ines Fujin is here! Alright, my bad. Ines Fujin is in fact the last day of April. So I guess acceleration is increasing. We'll go over Ines Fujin then. Is League of Heroes less effort? To get Plat 4, it's less effort. If you care about the titles from like top 1,000, 10,000, top 1,000, it's more effort. It just depends on how high you want to reach. But let's see, was I correct? So... Oh, you can't build Saiyan Sky for this CM. Wait, that's super late. Wait, how is Special, or not Special Week, Saiyan Sky coming out on the 5th, but Ines Fujin is coming out on the 1st, or the 3rd, or the 30th, oh my gosh. Okay, well you're not gonna see any Saiyan Skies for this CM, since that banner releases 5 days later. Finals is on Friday, right? No, on Saturday. Finals is on Saturday. So you won't see any Saiyan Sky ballrooms for this long. So it doesn't matter that Saiyan Sky's unique might have gotten changed at the start of the or may or may not have gotten changed, since it's not going to be released for a long track. The Shino Flower, okay, I have pretty accurate. I had it on the 11th. It's coming out on the 12th. Muteki's coming out on 420. I have it on the 17th. Mary's Cup we already knew was on the 23rd. Gold Ship Week I had on... Gold Ship Week I had on the 22nd. This is the 26th. And then King Halo Cheerleader on the 23rd. It's the 26th. They're putting a 4-day gap between King Halo Cheerleader and Ines Fujin. Why are they squeezing Ines Fujin into this month? Like, everything is later, and then they just squeeze Ines Fujin, because there's only 4 months in between. What? Okay, I'll go over Ines Fujin and, Mr. CB. What? Ines Fujin. Mr. CB. I don't understand why they squeezed Ines Fujin in. Whatever. I'll fix the dates later. Let's just go over them since I mean I was like they slowed down the acceleration, but then they squeezed Ines Fujin into the month. Whatever. Ines Fujin. Mr. CB. Okay, sorry, let me mute this game. Okay. Alright, so Ines Fujin Ines Fujin is built for the Tokyo Derby. Her entire kit literally only works for the Tokyo Derby. Well, not only works for the Tokyo Derby, but it'd be really stupid to bring Ines Fujin outside of the Derby. She has 50% speed, 15% guts, which isn't that great. We're going to go actually on the global version right now since Evos won't be out for the Derby. Well, I'm assuming Evos aren't going to be out for this upcoming Derby. Her unique skill gives her speed at the 300 meter mark, so it's late game speed. It's pretty weak if you don't fulfill the precondition, or you don't fulfill a specific condition. It's going to be 5 seconds of 0.25 target speed at that 300 meter mark for second and first place. But it can be a 5-second 0.45 target speed if you fulfill one of these preconditions, which is there is a slope, which is like if there is a slope at the 300 meter mark, then you'll get it. Which generally is this track specifically. If we go to the Tokyo Derby and we check at the 300 meter mark, which is 2,100 meters, we can see that there's an uphill here, which fulfills this precondition of there being a slope at the 305 to the 300 meter, which means that after the uphill, you will get the target speed increase. This is just the Tokyo race course. Technically, it can be on any Tokyo track, but she's a derby runner because she has a medium skill. So she has Restless, which, is a decent recovery. Maybe you're scared of Mystifying Murmur or All-Seeing Eyes. So you need that recovery skill, or maybe you need the recovery skill for it. And then she has Wild Wind, which is Speed Eater, but on medium tracks. So you can increase your target speed and then decrease current speed for the 5 people behind you. This is just a medium track Speed Eater. Evos will just increase these, but there most likely won't be Evos for the upcoming Tokyo Derby. You just get some target speed, and then you get a longer second on this. Or you get twice the duration on this, which also doubles the duration on the current speed decrease. Most likely you'll just run her for the she's just Tokyo Derby. It works for the CM after as well. The CM after is a Hanshin 2200. If you check, remember her precondition, the main thing is that her precondition, you need to fulfill that there's a slope. Anywhere between 305 and 300. If we go to the Hanshin 2200, actually, let's look at the conditions. The precondition is at slope 1, which means it has to be an uphill. Oh, the Tokyo track. Yeah, it usually works on any Tokyo track. But I don't know why you would run Ines Fujin there. I guess you have Speed Eater. But yes, any Tokyo track, technically, the skill would work on. I don't know if there's a Tokyo 200. But her skill only works on the Tokyo tracks. But you are down 2 golds. I don't know if you would want to run Ines Fujin on it. But it is true, yes, it would work on the Tokyo track. But her kit is for the Derby. Any Tokyo track it would work on. because she is cool. I mean, she has Speed Eater. You're running an Uma with a pretty strong late game skill and Speed Eater against what? Bourbon Esmaru. You can run. You can run her on any Tokyo track. I just think she's a lot weaker outside of a Tokyo track. Yeah. I mean, she's still competing against like Marzensky and Mihono Bourbon on this track, but it's definitely a little bit easier when you have Wild Winds. I don't know if you need a gold recovery for the Derby. I guess you can greed a little bit more. Yeah, she also has Slipstream in her innate. I mean, Slipstream's so hard to come by. It's not on a card right now. It's only on hints. But you'll get Slipstream and Wild Winds, which is exclusive. Wild Winds never gets reprinted. It's only on Ines Fujin Original. She's the only one that'll have this medium track Speed Eater. I guess she's also like, a support character if you're top 3. Like if you're playing, Bourbon Ines Fujin, and you can get to top 3 with this one, the current speed is still good. Or the decreased current speed. You don't really want the white version. I mean, you want the white version as a mid-race skill, but it's pretty weak as a debuff. You only get that 0.15 on the gold version, which is exclusive to her. I mean, you could run her on the mile track. Mr. CB, I'm pretty sure, hopefully you've seen a lot of things about it, but Mr. CB is really good. It's pretty strong at low limit breaks. It has almost everything unlocked at limit break 1. Most of her strength is in her unique effect. You get the 1 wit bonus, the 1 scale bonus when you're at rainbow trainings. But you only get 5% rainbow friendship bonus, max limit breaking. And you have most of the things unlocked. Like it comes with a speed bonus, it comes with a wit bonus if you can get to level 35 or 2 copies. So she'll have 2 wit bonus and a speed bonus when you unlock that friendship gauge. And then that additional skill point bonus. It's a little awkward running a 5% race bonus deck, or a race bonus card, but it is a wit card. It's a little bit easier to slot in. Obviously, the main thing that we're here for is the skill Daring Strike, which is right now only on Admire Vega, which is a pretty weak card. You don't really want to be running power cards. And like, yes, you lose out on 10% race bonus because you're not running like Fine Motion, Nice Nature, but I think Daring Strike is worth that 10% race bonus loss. You can also gamble for corner recovery on the second event. And surprisingly, there's actually not that many I feel like, or I guess maybe it's just because Fine Motion has been kind of awkward, but it's nice having the bond in the chain events. So assuming you get the level 35 version, she starts off with 15 and she can get another 15 through her chain events. And her hints are pretty good. She gets straightaway spurt and tail held high, though it's a level 2 hint with 33% frequency. Oh, that's Fine Motion. Or not Fine Motion, Mr. CB. Was not expecting this banner to pop up at the end here. Like, all these banners are pretty late, and then this cheer squad is 4 days on its own. I don't know why they squished it all at the end here. Like, I guess they didn't want to release Seiyun Sky Ballroom for the CM, so they delayed it, which caused all these to delay, but then they re-squeezed everything together. Like, doing Gold Ship Week and the story event during the end of, or like at the finals of the Aries Cup. Like squeezing all of these together is kind of a lot. Like there's gonna be nothing during the second and third week of April until the CM. Just let me see. Let me put in the numbers. So I had this on 4-2. This is 4-5, 20. Oi. 4/5, 26. Let me highlight all of this. The Shino flower was 412. And then Muteki is 420. Which puts cheerleader on 426. Yeah, I would have like with the way I calculated, I would have Ines Fujin on the 4th. But for some reason they shoved this into the 30th. So I drag that down. And then this needs to go down to, this is 43. No, 44. Which means this needs to go down to 5. Which means it is faster? I think we are faster now. All right, I'll go to April. Here changed from 1.4492. Yeah, we're a little bit faster. Increase, or actually, we're back to March or February. Interesting. Yeah, so it looks like we just went back to February's time time factor, 1453. I should probably drag and drop this. Oh, that's not how I'm supposed to do it. Copy and put this in. Yeah, weird to squish everything in, but I guess we're getting more content. I think that's everything. I'll fill out the rest of these later. But main thing, other things to keep in mind is the next story event will most likely come out in June. So we'll see this in 2.5 months from now. The next legend race after, since today's the end of this legend race. So let me clear this. How do I do this? The next legend race is most likely going to be in May. That's why we saw no legend race here. The first week of May will be McQueen, Rice Shower, Metro Bright. But the schedule didn't have the legend races, and that was just because there was no legend races this month. We'll have that. The one in March or June is going to be only 2, and after the 13th, generally every legend race is just going to be 2. But yeah, we'll take a month off, and then we'll do these 2 legend races. And then it's like a little bit sporadic. What else is there? I think that's everything. I guess we know when Gold Ship Week is. It's 4/26. Oh, I messed up. We know this date. Does Racing Carnival really not get released in this? I guess they didn't do it last time, right? Let me see. What was the last racing carnival? In February? Huh. Yeah, I guess they didn't do. Wait, this is March. Yeah, I guess February. I guess Racing Carnival wasn't put on the schedule. It should be sometime during week 2 or week 3. We'll see it. Crazy that Gold Ship gets an entire banner. I guess it is Golden Week. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna be pulling on Nishino Flower. So the 12th will be the next time I use my carrots. How many do I have? Actually, I guess I'm pulling twice. Because I'm gonna pull on Nishino Flower, and then at the end of the month I'm gonna pull on Mr. CB. I should have a decent amount of carrots by then. We'll get another 5,000 from Gold Ship Week. We have the club rewards tomorrow. We'll have two CM rewards. I'll probably be close to like, what's that? 75k by the time. Actually, I'll probably be at 45k because I'm gonna pull on Nishino Flower by the time this CB comes around, and then I have to save up for Agnes Tachyon. But I think that's gonna do it for today's stream. Somewhat long, 5 hours. I'll be back tomorrow for the CM. Hopefully, I mean, obviously it's cool to farm win rate, but hopefully tomorrow's CM is a little bit more competitive. It's not that fun watching my Gold Ship and my Cross try to win. Pretty weak lobbies. I got sniped by one person yesterday, and then unfortunately lost to the... Holy, that's so bright. Like, there was like five trainers that I thought played Mant well that I would lose to, and like maybe like 6 in the SS rank where they actually had built Umas. But maybe tomorrow will be a little bit more competitive. Anyways, thank you guys all for watching. Hopefully I actually edit this video together, because I have not done it for the past like couple of months. But hopefully I'll get this video out. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you guys all for watching, and I will catch you guys later. Bye bye.